Well, my first and foremost duty on behalf of the principal, teaching staffs, and the students of this college to warm welcome to all the resource persons and speakers joining us today and tomorrow from worldwide for this first international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science, organized by Kumar Dwivedi, convener of this e-conference. Again, heartily welcome to all. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. When I understood and accepted my own mistakes, I was consumed by my own light. Now, I would like to call the respected principal in charge, Mrs. Susma Kujur, ma'am, and co-convener of this event, Dr. P.K. Singh, as well as all the teaching staffs for lamp lighting. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now the person who has consumed himself and put the eve of computer science in the state of Chhattisgarh, Professor Dr. O.P. Vyas, the mentor of us. He worked as professor of computer science in CG state universities, teaches and guides doctoral and master students for doing research in the field of data science and computer networks, including WSN and IoT. He is working in Government of India's Center of Excellence in IT, Triple IT Allahabad, as professor in IT and in charge business informatics program, currently having around 1,500 citations, 22 H index, 44 I-10 index achieved from research from various fields of computer science, like IoT, next generation networking, data mining, mobile software engineering. I am very glad, and it is an honor for me that I am also a student, a product of Professor Vyas sir. His most recent research area and the topic of his today's talk is predictive and prescriptive analytics for decision making. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. O.P. Vyas sir's lecture.
With the recommender system introduction, we'll see the predictive analytics in terms of the limitations of the existing classifier which we have, and we'll also try to see the naive Bayes approach for predictive approach. And then we'll see some of the classifiers. And then we shift to the interesting research directions of prescriptive analytics. Let's start with the beginning as we can define the recommender systems. So recommender system or recommendation system, sometimes it is referred in either way, has emerged as a spatial type of decision support system that seeks to predict the rating or preference of a user would give to an item. So we can see in a typical situation, it is also a part of the decision support, and they are utilized in very large variety of areas, including movies recommendation, music, news, books, research articles, search queries, social tags, and also products in general. And you can see where are these used. So very popular applications are in Netflix, where you go for a video on demand system. Amazon.com, where you go for e-commerce, in LinkedIn and Facebook, and also Pandora. And everywhere you will find out that the system is addressing the problem of information overload. There's huge amount of information, and it just helps you to suggest something which may suit your choice. And these are, we can say, very getting very popular as they are useful service adding value to the customer buying process. You can compare if their Amazon.com gives a very useful recommender system compared to any other e-commerce site, then maybe you will go very often to Amazon.com. So recommender system becomes sometimes the reason that you shift to a particular online shopping also in this case. So what recommender systems are actually? They are personalizations, making product recommendations that are likely to be of interest to a user. And there are two possible approaches. One is called collaborative filtering, and second is called content-based filtering. So in some literature, recommender system is also referred as information filtering systems. So in the content-based system, the recommended items that are similar to the items the user preferred or queried in the past. So you can see here, so users' own past transactions, past choices are considered in the content-based filtering approach, and then they are for the future choices they are recommended to the user, just reminding him or just making him apprised of what actually he preferred last times. And second possibility is collaborative filtering. So consider a user's social environment, friends and relatives and tags, and maybe some group, and the opinion of other with the recommended system introduction. We'll see the predictive analytics in terms of the limitations of the existing classifier which we have seen. We also try to see the naive-based approach for predictive approach. And then we'll see some of the classifiers. And then we shift to the interesting research directions of And you can see where are these used. So very popular applications are in Netflix, where you go for a video on demand system. Amazon.com, where you go for e-commerce, in LinkedIn and Facebook, and also Pandora. And everywhere you will find out that the system is addressing the problem of information overload. There's huge amount of information, and it just helps you to suggest something which may suit your choice. And these are, we can say, very getting very popular as they are useful service, adding value to the customer buying process. You can compare if their Amazon.com gives a very useful recommender system compared to any other e-commerce site, then maybe you will go very often to Amazon.com. So recommender system becomes sometimes the reason that you shift to a particular online shopping also in this case. So what recommender systems are actually? They are personalizations, making product recommendations that are likely to be of interest to a user. And there are two possible approaches. One is called collaborative filtering, and second is called content-based filtering. So in some literature, recommender system is also referred as information filtering systems. So in the content-based system, the recommended items that are similar to the items the user preferred or queried in the past. So you can see here, so users' own past transactions, past choices are considered in the content-based filtering approach. And then they are, for the future choices, they are recommended to the user, just reminding him or just making him apprised of what actually he preferred last times. And second possibility is collaborative filtering. So consider a user's social environment, friends and relatives and tags, and maybe some group, and the opinion of other customers also who have similar taste of preference. So maybe if you are liking generally the films of sci-fi genre, then maybe when you are looking at the Netflix, it will find out similar sci-fi movie goers, and based on their choices, they will recommend you something. So that's what is the collaborative filtering approach, very popular ones. So you can see that both of them are much more elaborated with how they work in content-based and collaborative filtering levels. But the important thing is to say, what is the role of data analytics here? So you will find out that many of the existing techniques from descriptive, predictive approaches are used from data mining to design recommender system. So in case of a model-based recommender systems, it uses a collection of ratings to learn a model. For example, probabilistic models, clustering models, and Bayesian networks. Similarly, there are other approaches also possible. So we have seen that classification and decision tree, but the important thing is to say that there are some limitations. So there are a large number of other classifiers, including naive-Bayes classifier, support vector machine, artificial neural network, and artificial neural-based deep learning. So deep learning has almost revolutionized the whole supervised learning arena with a very precise and very fast model who can handle the images and videos as input and give wonderful job of classification. So you can see that there are a large number of classifiers, and the problem is that they are having a very different levels of accuracy and in prediction, and also the varied performance. So it's always very important decision that which classifier to be chosen for what particular business problem. And that's what you have to understand by recalling our last example. So last example, if you remember, we had a case of credit card database from where we combined with the ASR, and we wanted to predict for a new customer whether the customer will be a likely buyer or not. So you will see that these cases, when we study more carefully that what was available in that cases. So interestingly, there was no missing values, and you should also be reminded that even for the missing values, we have some classifiers which can perform job reasonably well. So in this case, always you have to keep asking yourself that what classifier I will choose and for what reasons. So you will also recollect that if you have typical situation like this, when is an unknown input given to your classifier, a classifier which was developed based on the decision tree algorithm, and suppose I ask this simple question to your software now, which is a prepared one on decision tree approach. And I ask a question that if there is a customer which has an age less than equal to 30, income is medium, student category is yes, and credit rating is also fair, then from this support of this data set, can you tell me which class this customer, this X belongs to? Is he a likely buyer of the computer, or he is not going to buy the computer at all? I want to classify it between these two. And then you will find out that DTC, decision tree classifier, has shown limitation in such cases and it cannot answer you. Yes, unfortunately, it cannot answer you because it simply works on the basis of training data set which you have happened in the past. And in the past, if no such possibility has crossed through it, has not been seen by the classifier, it becomes confused what to take a decision in such cases. So this decision tree classifier becomes non-decisive in such cases, and then you are going to think about the other possibility. So next possibility is a Bayesian classifier, and the Bayesian classifier is based on the probability, which says that probability that a given sample belongs to a particular class. So Bayesian classification is based on the Bayes theorem, and it is observed that a simple Bayesian classifier known as a naive Bayesian classifier to be comparable in performance and even sometimes better with decision tree and sometimes also with neural network classifiers. And naive Bayesian classifier actually work on the assumption that effect of the attribute value on a given class is independent of the values of the other attributes. So for example, you have age, you have the person's professional position, and also his credit card rating. So in naive Bayesian, it will be believed that each of these attributes are independent of each other. Independent of each other. If any of them will depend on each other, then naive Bayesian will not function properly. So based on that, I just construct here the theoretical basis. If you are interested, you can read it more carefully and understand that I basically am calculating the probability in terms of prior probability and posterior probability. And based on these two probability calculation, I formulate the Bayes theorem that given the training data X, posterior probability of a hypothesis H, this probability of H for X, follows the Bayesian theorem like this. So you can see this is a probability here, conditional probability here, and it just tells you in terms of how the particular possibility will be there or will not be there. And then obviously I try to construct the same formulation towards the classifier structure, and then I use the given training data set. So now I have the given training data set which I could not answer in the decision tree classifier. For example, this one is somebody has come with age less than equal to 30, income is equal to medium, student category is yes, credit rating is fair. Decision tree was not able to classify it in any of the two categories. But here it can definitely be done by the naive Bayesian. We can simply calculate for each attribute the Bayes theorem formulation here. You are actually multiplying all the probabilities. You're multiplying all the probabilities. So just imagine if any of these number, any single one of them becomes zero. Do you understand what that does mean? That means that if any of these becomes zero, then whole probability is going to be zero. So this will not be a realistic situation. So we just try to solve this problem. For example, there may be a field data having some records in which probability of buying a computer by a low income may come out to be zero for all other attributes. And then it will be giving all the calculations. Then for each one of them, in the, for example, in 1,000 tuples, and there is income is equal to low, then I can see I may have a situation, I'm sorry, income is equal to medium, 990, and income is equal to high for 10 cases. So practically I have only two possibilities, 990 for the income being medium and only 10 for income being high. And income is equal to low is zero here. So to make it non-zero, I simply add one sample data set into each of the three categories. So I add this by 1, I add this by 1, and add this by 1. So now my 1,000 tuples become 1,003. and I just try to manipulate the data so that I get this possibility. So now income is equal to 0 is not 0 any longer. It is 1 divided by 1003. So slight, we can say we have added the data, manipulated, but we have solved the problem. So this was the neo-Bayesian. There are many advantages and disadvantages. As you see, all the classifiers similar situation, interestingly, and that's why it's still an area of research that which classifier suits to what conditions. So now they can say that the neo-Bayes is also called naive because of the assumption that it deals with the possibility that all the attributes are independent, which in practicality is not true. So in practice, you have to also deal with the dependencies of these attributes, and this was added into another classifier called Bayesian belief network. Bayesian belief network believed that there are the probabilities, for example, Y, Z, and P, and they are also having interdependence on them. And based on this structure, a new classifier was formulated, which was very, very popular, especially in the areas like bioinformatics and scientific work where the attributes have a high dependency. So there are also some more classifiers, which I would not like to go in detail, but just to let you know, the key nearest neighbor algorithm is one of the popular classifiers. And you can also understand that actually this business analytics courses in many universities, like for example in Mannheim University, are conducted in two possibilities. So one who do not want to write any program, they can simply solve the exercises by using the Weka or RapidMiner, and those who still want to learn programming and do some program so that they can control the various tasks, they can go for Python programming. So all those who are not interested in any programming, no problem at all. You have wonderful software packages available in the name of Weka and RapidMiner, which are both open source and publicly available software. So Weka is for Waikato environmental knowledge analysis in the open source software, and it provides you workbench, it provides you all the ML techniques with whatever algorithm which we have learned and many more included to be addressed by you. Simply choose the algorithm and choose the data set, and you can work around that. We have also given a separate description of how to use Weka. But also interesting case is RapidMiner, which was formerly known as YIL, or Yet Another Learning Environment, developed in 2001, and most importantly in Technical University of Dortmund. So Mannheim gives you a possibility to either go for RapidMiner or to go for the Python programming. So you can solve the same exercises by either of the manners. And RapidMiner also is a data science software with a lot of machine learning processes involved, and you can try any algorithm which we have given through this software as well. But now we come to the last part of our discussion, which is going to be on predictive to prescriptive analytics. So please be reminded that prescriptive analytics is oriented towards the decision making, and thus would prescribe or recommend the action or set of actions that should be taken not only for one prediction, but for all possible predictions in the given context. So predictive algorithm or predictive software will give you prediction, maybe one, maybe more, and prescriptive will take you what to do after that. It will prescribe you, and that's why the whole thing starts from curate to summarize to describe to predict and then to prescribe. So in the prescription, you can also say that you create the future through informed and value-driven choices. It gives you the various possible choices and what are the costs associated with the choices. So prescriptive in that way is referred to a third and final phase of business analytics, and it requires the optimized decision making as part of the whole process. And then what exactly is done initially was to start, it incorporates the predictive analytics output and utilizes the optimization algorithm in the probabilistic context to provide adaptive, automated, constrained, time-dependent, and optimal decision making. So you can remember this particular slide, which we have also seen it once. In the end, you say, how can we make it happen? So it is only possible when you know what will happen. So if you know something is going to happen right now in this particular manner, and I want to change this future course of action, So you for changing what are the prescription possible. And that's what is basically explained here in the prescriptive analytics. So in more popular literature, the prescriptive has been given with three phases. First is prediction. So predictive approaches, which we have given a lot of time, is still the core of the whole process here. And then based on this prediction, what decision has to be taken and what effect of decision will be there. So this will be a complete understanding of the situation in the prescriptive analytics manner. So I just try to give you some examples of what you have learned already in descriptive and predictive with adding these concepts of examples of prescriptive. So they are self-explanatory slides. So I leave it for you to have go through it and understand it. How does it work? So now you can see, although a predictive analysis itself can also be leading to a prescription. For example, if I say that stock prices are predicted to go up in the next few days, naturally it is recommended to go for a buy. So recommendation or prescription in a latent manner is also part of this predictive mechanism. But please try to understand, when I say the prescriptive analytics, that is a technically a different model itself, because it uses it as a optimization problem. So optimization problem is not at all existing in predictive analytics, but this optimality condition is part of the prescriptive analytics. So decision space for prescriptive analytics tends to be larger and multiple situations with many variables and options and constraints taken into account. So your subject of decision support is very properly heading towards a wonderful research area of prescriptive analytics. So I have given you some practical example of a car scenario, which is very easy to read and go through. I hope you can get it through and you can understand what I meant by prescriptive analytics here. So broadly structuring it, you will be three important constituents or three categories of predictive analytic approaches: probabilistic models, machine learning, and statistical analysis. Let me just try to see you that how we go with the prescriptive analytics. So first, frame the problem, identify the candidate actions, predict the consequence of each action, and then assess the value of consequences, and then suggest the highest value action. So your decision after this complete process being taken is likely to be one of the best possible decision in the case. And then broadly, if I say, I can say it very clearly that prescriptive analytics is combination of these two wonderful field of science. One is a data-centric field called data science, and another one is a problem-centric field with operation research as the core of this. So now I've given you toward the end the possible approaches for the predictive analytics with the three categories which I discussed in the slide before this, and similarly corresponding to it the prescriptive analytics. I'm sorry for the quality of the slide because it's too large a content to be put into one, but you can understand what I mean to say here in terms of 6 different categories of prescriptive analytics. Still, the area of prescriptive is a more research area. It's not still stabilized as compared to the predictive and descriptive approaches, but you can see the area is constantly developing. And the future direction very clearly says that the growth and adoption of prescriptive analytics, artificial intelligence, and machine learning are being fueled by more scalable and powerful cloud computing tools. So in future, we are going to witness more and more prescriptive analytics tools available and approach available, enabling us much more with what we want to do in case of decision making. So that's all for this the last module. Thank you so much. Of course, it would have been much more fun to see you in person, but the corona didn't give this opportunity. Maybe next time we meet it again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wiedersehen.
Thank you very much, sir, for your lucid presentation and enlightening us on. Thank you once again, sir. Now, it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. H.S. Putta, sir, Associate Professor and Head of Department of Computer Science and Application, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Area of expertise and research is AI and machine learning, business intelligence, data mining, computer vision, information security, IoT security. He is also a prestigious author of a number of papers on the subject of AI and machine learning. We are highly honored that you are amongst us today, and we are indeed grateful to him for graciously and readily accepting our invitation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. H.S. Hota sir's lecture.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to OP Vyas sir, Madam Ranjana Vyas, Dr. Manoj Tiwari and all respected speakers in this first international conference organized by Government College of Jaspur. It's a little difficult to speak soon after OP Vyas sir, as we all know that he has taught ABC of computer science. He is not only known in Chhattisgarh, well known in Chhattisgarh, but in entire country and in abroad also. First of all, I must congratulate to Professor Dwivedi to organize this first international conference on emerging science. From such a small place, he is working in a government college Jaspur, that is very remote in tribal area, and this kind of conference is a little difficult as the connectivity is also very less in Jaspur. So I congratulate to Professor Dwivedi for taking pain initiative to organize this wonderful international conference. Can you see my?
I also would like to interrupt here by welcoming Dr. Hota and also extending my thanks to Anuj Dwivedi for organizing such a wonderful event in a remote place. So please accept my congratulations to both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So, as I said, it's difficult to speak soon after Vyas, but I'll try to explore some of the applications of artificial intelligence with reference to COVID-19. So, actually, during the lockdown and after lockdown, we have done little research related to the COVID-19, and that I want to and I want to demonstrate. In fact. So, my topic will be emerging trends of artificial intelligence with reference to COVID-19. So, I'll go through the scenario of COVID-19 pandemic, and then I'll tell you what actually artificial intelligence is and how the artificial intelligence can play a very important role during COVID-19 and after COVID-19. And how this machine learning and deep learning are in fact beneficial to solve the problems related to COVID-19. And I will demonstrate some use cases of artificial intelligence with reference to COVID-19. We have developed one COVID health system, that is coronavirus identification system for health. And we have done a little research related to the sentiment analysis. We have extracted the data from the Twitter. And we have done some kind of analysis of the Twitter data of before lockdown, during lockdown, and after lockdown. And The another use case is forecasting of COVID-19 cases in context of India and in global scenario also. And we have developed one system that can identify the mask and can measure the social distancing. As we know that this pandemic has taught a lot to us, and almost all the countries are facing same kind of problem due to this pandemic. And there are a lot of challenges are there, and opportunities are also there. Being a teacher, being a student, being a professional, we are facing a lot of challenges, and of course, wherever there is challenge, opportunities are also there. So this is up to us that how we can convert the challenges into opportunities. So of course, this pandemic has opened the doors for everyone, for the teachers, for the professionals, for the IT professional, for the students, and for all of us. So before explaining how artificial intelligence can play a very important role during and after COVID-19, let's try to know what actually artificial intelligence is. You might have heard artificial intelligence many times in many places. This is very common to all of us, especially for the computer science, not only for the computer science professionals, but for others also. Artificial intelligence is not it's a very common word nowadays. So artificial intelligence, that is, as we all know, that it's a discipline of computer science in which we study about development of intelligent system which works similar to a human being. So, a system, AI-based system can think very similar to the human being. So, when we are going to develop a system similar to the human being, that disciplines that provides tools and technique for developing this kind of system is basically artificial intelligence. And the machine learning, as you can see that it's you can say that it's a subset of artificial intelligence, which allows computer to have its own intelligence. So it provides the tools and techniques through which we can develop AI-based system. And like artificial neural network, you can just imagine that it's a subset of machine learning, and it is inspired by human brain. Like we have biological neurons in our body and in our brain, which process the electrochemical signal, and then it behaves like intelligent person. So that biological neural network is used to develop artificial neural network. And nowadays we are talking about the deep learning. It's a modern method of building machine learning based model, and it is very popular nowadays, and it provides many features and facilities to develop AI based system. And the two very popular deep learning techniques, deep learning architecture, and that is CNN and LSTM. So these are two very popular architecture which are basically used for the computer vision and for many applications of AI. So there may be some confusion why what is AI and ML, ANN and DL, deep learning. So just you can imagine that artificial intelligence is a set, and if we'll go inside, machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence, and inside that it's a subset of artificial neural network is subset of machine learning, and then we have deep learning, which is the latest technology to solve the problems related to the artificial intelligence. So many scientists, they have given the definition of machine learning. I will not go through the detail of this the definition of machine learning. So in nutshell, we as a human being learns from the experience, we learn from our teacher, we learn from our colleagues, we learn from the society, we learn from the nature. So by learning the human beings they behaves like an intelligent person. So if we talk about the computer, that we had to write a program, and then the computer follows the instructions and will give the output. Other than these two, the artificial intelligence is a little bit different. It learns from the data. So when we talk about the artificial intelligence, like machine learning and artificial intelligence, so we have to concentrate on data. And by feeding the data, the machine learning based model, it learns and behaves like intelligent person. So this is the very common figure. You might have seen this figure in many places. In the traditional programming, what we do, like we have a computer and the data, and we have to write the program, we have to execute the program, and then we have to feed the data and we get the output. While in machine learning, it is a little different. We have to give the data, input data, as well as the output data, and then programs are evolved. In fact, we have to, since programs are automatically generated algorithms, with the help of the algorithms, programs automatically evolve. So this is how these two different techniques, traditional technique and machine learning techniques, are different. So these are the three different categories of machine learning: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. So in the supervised learning, we have the input pattern as well as output pattern. While in case of unsupervised learning, we have only the input patterns, and we don't have, in fact, output patterns. So these are the problems which we can solve with the help of machine learning. So the classification is one problem which can be solved with the help of machine learning, and clustering is another one. Regression is another one, and dimensionality reduction. It will map the discrete. There are two different categories of types of data. Like a discrete data where you have like a discrete nature of output, like male and female, and continuous where we have the continuous data like 0 or 1, like if you consider gender, that will be the discrete data, and if you consider the age, that will be the continuous data. So if you have discrete data, and if you are working with supervised learning, so the tasks are the problems that you can solve with the help of machine learning will be the classification problem. While if you have the discrete data, and if you are working with unsupervised learning, that application, that problems that you are going to solve will be the clustering nature of problem. Similarly, if you have the continuous data, and if you are working with the supervised learning, that is kind of regression. And similarly, if you are working in the continuous and unsupervised learning, that is what dimensionality reduction. So these are the tasks that you can perform with the help of machine learning using the discrete and continuous data. So this is the very simple framework of the machine learning. Like you have an algorithm machine learning model, and that you have to provide an object, and it will identify whether that particular object is like suppose apple or tomato or cow or something like that. So there are certain steps of the machine learning, like you have to provide data and that image. Suppose you have image data, then the features are extracted from the image data, and machine learning training will be performed, and you have to give the training labels, that is the output data. Output data you have to feed to the model, and then you will get the trained model. You will get the trained model. This is the trained model or learned model. Once you get that learned model, you can use that learned model for some unseen data. Like this object is what that is unseen data. So the features will be extracted from this image data, and it will be provided to the learned model, and the prediction will be done. It will identify whether that object is apple or something else. So this is what the very simple steps of machine learning. This is the same. I'm not going to explain this. So there are some limitation of the traditional machine learning. Now we have the data with a lot of dimensions. Like if we talk about like image data and like MRI data or any kind of data, the number of features are more and very high. And if you have more number of features, it's little difficult to solve the problems using the traditional machine learning approach. That's why nowadays we are talking about modern machine learning technique. That is what deep learning in fact. So due to some limitations, other limitations are also there. I'm not going to explain all those things. And we have the deep learning. So deep learning is basically a new techniques nowadays that is very useful for solving the computer vision related problems. And here what happened, deep learning uses multiple level of features learning to learn each hierarchical representation automatically. So the features are automatically expected at each level of the deep learning. Like if we give a particular image, and this will be the low level feature extraction, and then middle level feature extraction will also be there, and the high level feature extractions will be there. And then at last you have the trainable system. This is very similar to the traditional machine learning, and then you'll get the output. So the feature extraction is very important in the deep learning, and automatically features are extracted by the deep learning architecture. So this the difference you can see with the help of this particular feature in machine learning. What happens? The input is given to the input is given, and then features are extracted from the input image, and then classification will be done, and it will identify whether the particular object, this particular object, is a car or it's not a car. So this is the scenario in machine learning. While in case of the deep learning, what happened, both the process, feature extraction and classification, are integrated together in the architecture itself. And once you give the input, the features are extracted automatically, and the classification will be done. And your deep learning architecture will give you output whether a particular object is a car or not. So there is no hand-crafted feature extraction in case of deep learning. However, it is you have to generate, you have to extract the features from the object in case of traditional machine learning. So there are many recent trends in neural network, the deep neural network, like convolutional neural network. CNN is very popular in the deep learning, and another one is a recurrent neural network. And there are many variants of neural networks, deep neural networks are available and are being used by the scientists and the researchers to solve the various problems related to the computer vision. So there are some success mantra of the deep learning. These are the reasons why we use the deep learning nowadays, and how the deep learning is very, very useful and very effective to solve the various kind of problems, day-to-day problems in real life. So if we'll classify what kind of problems which we can solve with the help of deep learning. So image classification problems can be solved using the deep learning techniques easily, and the object detection is also one of the application of the deep learning. Video activity detection, medical image processing, text classification, machine translation, speech recognition. These are all application of the deep learning. Now, if you try to understand the classification, what actually classification is, as you know that we have the input data as well as the output data, and your machine learning model classify the data in two different categories or more than two different categories. So the data samples are given to the classifier. This classifier is nothing. This is machine learning based model, and it will identify whether a particular sample is the sample belongs to a particular category or not. So this is how the classification model, machine learning based classification model works. Now, let me tell you what are the applications of artificial intelligence during and after COVID-19. We have done little research related to the COVID-19. we have applied machine learning technique and the deep learning technique. So as you know that medical diagnosis can be done with the help of artificial intelligence. Contactless service. Nowadays, the COVID patients, you might have seen that how the robots are working in the hospitals, not only in abroad but in India also. The robots are working. They are providing medicines and foods to the like patient COVID-19 patients. So there will be a contactless service. So we can provide the services to the COVID-19 patient easily with the help of robots. And the robots are nothing; they are artificial intelligence based like system. So health monitoring can also be done with the help of AI. Patient treatment can be done, object detection, natural language processing, face recognition, pandemic prediction, the COVID-19 prediction can also be done with the help of this machine learning technique. And nowadays, in various educational institutions, this proctored examinations are being conducted with the help of AI-based proctored examination system. So that is also one of the application of artificial intelligence. Just you can see AI and robot to fight COVID-19. During the COVID-19, the robots are providing the hand sanitizer and all the things to the patients and those who are coming to the hospital. And just you can see in the right side, the Fortis Hospital has made the provision to identify whether a particular person is having the symptoms of COVID-19 or not. That can be identified by this robot. And if there is no symptoms, this robot will allow this particular person to enter into the hospitals. So this kind of things are going on, and many hospitals, they have deployed this kind of robots in their hospitals. This is the other scenario, how the robots are providing service to the contactless service to the patients in the hospital. And the drones are also very effective. Effective during the COVID-19. They are providing the medicine, grocery. They are doing the announcement also for maintaining the social distance in affected area. These drones are able to check the temperature. It will go to a particular house and will take the sample for the COVID-19 and will check the temperature also. This all kind of things are being done with the help of drone. And drones are playing very important role during the COVID-19. So as a case study, we have taken we have developed a COVID health system. That is, we have given the name of this health system as a coronavirus identification system for health. What we have done in this, we have used this machine learning model, that is deep learning model. Many popular architecture we have used to predict the COVID-19 cases. So the data set which are available recently, at that time, we have done this research in the month of April, in fact. At the time, there is very less data available. And this is the lungs data of some COVID-19 infected person of China, and some the lungs data of the healthy persons are also there. So we have done some image processing, image pre-processing we have done. We have sectored the image in a particular form, and then we have generated a model using the BGG19. This is one of architecture of deep learning, and then it will be able to identify. Whether a particular person is having COVID-19 symptoms or not. So on the basis of the lungs MRI data, we have developed this particular system, and we have used some popular architecture of the deep learning, and various platforms environment which we have used is Keras and TensorFlow, and this is Anaconda platform we have used, Python, Jupyter Notebook. These are all the environment we have used to develop this model. Just let me show you how this particular system will work. So we have collected at the time in the month of April, only 746 samples are available. Out of the 746, 349 are COVID-19 affected samples, means MRI image samples are there, and normal. There were 397 samples are normal lungs image data. So this is the size of the training, like the training data size was 596 out of the 746. We have taken 596 images for the developing the model, for training the model, and the remaining 150 we have used for testing the model. So this is these are the architecture which we have used. This is ResNet and DenseNet, exception, inspection v3, VGG19. Just you can see the accuracy almost we have achieved 99% using the VGG19 architecture, and the sensitivity is almost that is 100%. So the results are very good, and the same thing you can see with the help of the bar chart also. So using this VGG19 architecture, almost the results are very good. And this is the interface. So just you can see this is the interface which we have developed for the police health. So what we have to do in this particular system, you have to put the patient ID, the name, and all the things, and you have to browse your data, that is lungs image data, and in the JPG format, and then you have to click on this particular start diagnosis button, and it will process the data, will be fed to the deep learning model, and it will identify whether a particular person is having the COVID-19, is COVID-19 positive or negative. One thing more we have done in this, we have used the latest explainable AI, explainable artificial intelligence also. This will tell you if a particular person is having COVID-19, then how the model can say that a particular person is having COVID-19 positive or COVID-19 negative. That is also our system is able to explain with the help of explainable artificial intelligence. So this is the system, and this the model we have. Then we have done another analysis, that is sentiment analysis of Indians during and after lockdown. So what we have done in this, as you know, that Twitter data are the authentic source of data for sentiment analysis. So we have extracted the Twitter data from the Twitter platform, and we have we have extracted related to two different hashtag. The one is COVID-19 and other is hashtag coronavirus. So on the basis of these two popular hashtags, we have extracted the data from the Twitter, and we have divided this data into the 5 different segments, and the data are actually related to the before lockdown, and during lockdown, and after lockdown. As you know, the Honorable Prime Minister of India has announced the first lockdown during the March, and just we wanted to see that how the sentiments are there of Indians during lockdown and after lockdown, as well as before lockdown. So as you know that in the phase 2, what we have done data pre-processing, like that in the you can see in your Twitter data, there are a lot of garbage are there. So we need to remove all those things from the Twitter data. So the data pre-processing is very important when you are doing some kind of analysis with your Twitter data or any social media data. And then we have extracted the filter. After removing all the noises from the Twitter, we have done the feature extraction.
Hi, my name is Seti, and welcome back to the channel where we make educational technology easy for you. In today's video, I'm going to show you how you can share a video or present a
Hello viewers, எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். நான் தான் உங்க ரத்னம்.
Hi, my name is Sethi, and videos via Google Meet has been a bit of an issue sometimes, and I keep seeing the same question
measures like
in the comment section on this channel. How do I share my videos in a Google Meet? Now, in order for us to do this, we're going to have to use screen share. We're going to have to use something called casting. Now, casting means that you're sending a signal to an external device. In this case, that external device will be Google Meet. But there are 3 steps we're going to have to take in order for us to be able to do this. Now, in the description, you'll find 5 steps. Go ahead and open it up and then find your menu. In order for you to find that menu, you're going to click on the 3 dots in the top right corner. Now, once you click on those 3 dots, what you're going to see is that one of the options there is cast. And go ahead and click on cast. Now, casting a website or a tab means that you are sending it to an external device. If you click at the top, and I'm going to right click on that icon because what I want to do is I want to make sure that I always see this icon. So go ahead and click on always show the icon. This is now prepared our browser to start using Google Cast, but our applications are not talking to each other. So go ahead and go back to that icon and right click on the icon. Once you've right clicked, you're going to enable cloud services. At cloud services, that's where applications are now able to talk to each other. So our Chrome browser is going to be able to talk to Google Meet. Our Meet is going to be able to talk to other applications. Now these 2 steps are the 2 most important steps. Step number 3 is all about the meeting itself. We cannot cast a website with a video or a slideshow with a video into a meeting unless that meeting was scheduled in our calendar. So let's go ahead and open up Google Calendar. We're going to click on those 9 dots. We're going to find the calendar. Now, in order for you to be able to cast, it has to be an active meeting. So you cannot cast into a meeting that takes place next day or next week. So let's go ahead and create a new event and attach a meeting to that. We're going to click on this time here. We're going to create a new event. Now I do want this event to be an ongoing event, so I'm going to start it in the past and I'm going to have it go on for 2 hours. We're going to call this demo event with. Now, casting a website is fairly easy, so let's go ahead and open up our Google Meeting. We're going to go ahead and join this meet. And you can see that the camera is now on. We're in Google Meet and we're going to join this room. Now, I am going to turn on my microphone. We're going to join the room. Now, here I can just start running my meeting, no problem. But now I want to cast a video into that meeting. So let's open up a separate tab. It's important that it is in a separate tab, and let's search for that video. Now, let's say that we want to cast this website with this video into our Google Meet now. Well, once everything is activated, we're going to open this tab and find the icon in the top right corner. We're going to click on that, and you will see that one of the available devices is now that Google Meet. That's because it's an ongoing meeting, and it was scheduled using the calendar. So go ahead and select that. You will see in the meeting, this is now being presented. Now, as soon as I start playing this video here, you're going to see that it also plays very smoothly in that Google Meeting. That means we don't have to worry about lag, we don't have to worry about poor audio, or any of the other issues you would see when you're simply sharing your screen. So in order for you to use audio and video in Google Meeting, no problem, but now I want to cast a video into that meeting. So let's open up a separate tab. It's important that it is in a separate tab, and let's search for that video. Now let's say that we want to cast this website with this video into our Google Meet now. Well, once everything is activated, we're going to open this tab and find the icon in the top right corner. We're going to click on that, and you will see that one of the available devices is now that Google Meet. That's because it's an ongoing meeting, and it was scheduled using the calendar. So go ahead and select that. And you will see in the meeting, this is now being presented. Now, as soon as I start playing this video here, you're going to see that it also plays very smoothly in that Google Meeting. That means we don't have to worry about lag, we don't have to worry about poor audio, or any of the other issues you would see when you're simply sharing your screen. So in order for you to use audio and video in Google Meet, you're going to be screencasting rather than screen sharing. So remember, 3 steps. First step is to make sure that you have the cast icon enabled. Second step, enable your cloud services. And then the third step is to schedule your meetings using Google Calendar. These 3 steps.
35.28%. This is the highest negative sentiment among all these 6 countries. Just you can see the negative sentiment of Indians during the lockdown period was 27.10. So we have done this analysis in the global scenario also. Further, we have divided the sentiment into the earlier we have divided the sentiment into the negative and positive, and later on we have taken some emotional sentiment also, like how the people were anger, disgust, fear, guilt, joy, sadness, and sin. So these are the different sentiments. These are all negative sentiments. Other than this joy is a positive sentiment, and all the other sentiments like anger, disgust, fear, guilt, sadness, and sin, this all this yellow bar is showing the joyness. So the positive sentiment is still higher than the negative sentiments. And just you can see the joyness in the USA is 32.78. So this is the least one among all these 6 countries. And all the negative sentiments in USA are very, very high as compared to
So let's go ahead and open up Google Calendar. We're going to click on those 9 dots. We're going to find the calendar. Now, in order for you to be able to cast, it has to be reach out to our Chrome browser. So I'm going to right click on that icon because what I want to do, the tab means that you are sending it to an external device. If you've heard of Chromecasts before, it's a way of sending this to your television. If you've used an Amazon speaker or any other external speaker, you can cast things to those speakers. You can also cast to smart TVs. Now, here we are going to be casting to a Google Meet. And you can see it now this icon at the top, and I'm going to right click on that icon because what I want to do is I want to make sure that I always see this icon. So go ahead and click on always show the icon. This is now prepared our browser to start using Google Cast.
And we have done the forecasting for the recovered cases also and death cases also. So these 2 different data we have taken, the daily data we have taken, the cumulative COVID-19 data we have taken. We have normalized the data using the sliding window protocol, and then we have accepted the features.
But our applications are not yet talking to each other. So go ahead and go back to that icon and right-click on the icon. Once you've right-clicked,
and then
we have done the data cloud services. That's where applications are now able to talk to each other. So our Chrome browser is going to be able to talk to Google Meet. Our Meet is going.
We have used the k-fold cross-validation also. We have measured the model with the help of MAP, and we have done the validation. So this is the entire flow diagram of how we have performed the COVID-19 cases forecasting in context of India. Let's see, these are the data, the confirmed cases. Our model actual data, and if we consider the 15th April 2020, the actual cases were 360, and our model has predicted 12,880. So the year are very less, it was 6.053. So if you see the result of 16th April, it is like the actual cases were 13,431, and our model has predicted 14,244. So error was almost 4.32%. So this error are very less in fact. And this is on the basis of cumulative data. And this last three tables, the last three columns are showing the results related to the daily data. Similarly, the recovered cases, just you can see the 15 April 2020, the actual recovered cases were 1,509. However, our model has predicted 1,602. So the error is 6.13. And similarly, the recovered cases on 16th April 2020, it was 17,067, and the predicted cases and recovered cases was 18,096. So year was 7.32%.
Be able to talk
This is
to other
all
applications.
related to
To
the
each other.
on the basis of
I
the
want to make sure that I
cumulative
always
data.
see
The
this
results
icon. So go ahead and click on always show the
on the
icon.
basis of
This has now
the
prepared our
daily
browser
data.
to start using Google Cast, but our applications
We
are not
have
yet
done
talking
the
to each other.
15
So go
days
ahead and
ahead
click that icon and right-click on the icon. Once you've
the
right-clicked, you're going to enable cloud
graph
services.
of the
The cloud
15
services,
days,
that's where applications are now able to talk to each other. So our Chrome
We
browser.
have done the forecasting in the global scenario also.
To use audio and video in Google
We
Meet,
have
you're going
taken the
in Google
data
Meet. I hope you found this helpful. If you did, dive in.
Different countries. We have taken the data of the 6 different countries: India, Italy, Russia, Spain, UK, and USA. We have used many different techniques, like ensemble technique, like adding boosting, backlight dragging, backlight boosting. So just you can see the MAP in the y-axis, it is MAP, and in the x-axis, this is
सब्सक्राइब करें मेरे चैनल सुपर टेक्नोलॉजी लेटेस्ट वीडियोस के लिए
बेल आइकन दबाएं different countries which we have
यूजर नेम एंड पासवर्ड के साथ
for the
करने के बाद आपने यहां से प्रॉपर्टी ज्वाइन इन्फो पे क्लिक करना है मीटिंग में ऐड होने के लिए। तो यहां पे मैं ऐड पे क्लिक करके स्टूडेंट को मीटिंग में ज्वाइन करवा दिया है। तो यहां पे ऑप्शन मिलता है माइक्रोफोन ऑन करने के लिए, मीटिंग ऐड करने के लिए, कैमरा को ऑन करने के लिए, अब तक ऑप्शन मिलता है कैप्शन को ऑन करने के लिए। जैसे हम प्लेन पे क्लिक करते हैं तो हमें यहां पे ऑप्शन मिलता है
results.
योर एंटायर स्क्रीन ए विंडो एंड अ प्रॉम्प्ट टैब। दोस्तों जैसे आप
I wanted to
एंटायर
show
स्क्रीन पे क्लिक
you
करते हो, एंटायर
that
स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करने के बाद जैसे आप कोई भी फाइल स्टूडेंट के साथ शेयर कर रहे हो तो यहां पे स्टूडेंट के पास वॉइस नहीं जा रही, स्टूडेंट को ऑडियो की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। अगर आपके पास कोई वीडियो फाइल सेव है, आपके पास कोई लेक्चर सेव है, तो स्टूडेंट के पास उसकी वॉइस नहीं जा रही। जैसे यहां पे मैं प्ले कर रहा हूं तो यहां पे मेरी शेयरिंग स्टार्ट हो गया। अभी मैं यहां से एक फाइल प्ले करूंगा। मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि इस फाइल का जो साउंड है वो स्टूडेंट तक नहीं रिच रहेगा। दोस्तों जैसे मैं इस फाइल को प्ले कर रहा हूं, इस फाइल को सब्सक्राइब करें मेरे चैनल सुपर टेक्नोलॉजी लेटेस्ट वीडियोस के लिए बेल आइकन दबाएं।
दोस्तों
मेरे पास इसका साउंड प्रॉपर्ली आ रहा है, लेकिन स्टूडेंट के पास इसका साउंड नहीं आ रहा। तो उसके लिए आपने क्या करना है दोस्तों, यहाँ पे मेरे पास ऑडियो प्ले नहीं हो रही, तो यहाँ पे मैं स्टॉप शेयरिंग कर रहा हूँ। स्टॉप शेयर करने के बाद फिर से मीट में ज्वाइन करते हैं। दोस्तों जैसे यहाँ पे क्लिक करते हैं और फिर से प्लेन पे क्लिक करते हैं एंड प्रॉम्प्ट एट
maintain the social distancing and it will wear the mask. Now the scenario will be a little different and the prediction accuracy will be more. One more thing we have done, we have used deep learning model for the object detection. So automatically this model will identify whether the social distancing is being maintained by the people or not in the market and other places. So that can be easily identified. You can deploy this particular software in your CC camera and then automatically it will detect whether social distancing is being followed or not. So that also we have done, and this just you can see this video. Just you can see how the model is identifying the social distancing. The proper distance is not maintained by the people in the market. Just you can see all those objects in the red rectangle. And if the social distancing is being maintained, then just you can say that object in green rectangle. So this also we have done, and this is very wonderful application of artificial intelligence and deep learning and machine learning for the COVID-19. Mask detection system also we have developed. Whether a particular person is having mask on his or her face or not. If the mask is not there, just you can see here all these people, they have masks on their face, and this person don't have mask in his face. So it is this particular object is identified with the red rectangle, and all others are in green rectangle. So this kind of things are very easy. You can do all these things with the help of deep learning, because all these are related to the image and the computer vision. These are all computer vision problems. So the deep learning is very useful during the COVID-19, and hope this artificial intelligence with deep learning techniques will play very important role in near future after the COVID-19 also. So this is all from my side. I must thanks to all the organizing committee along with Professor Dwivedi for giving this wonderful opportunity to me, speaking in front of my teacher, Professor O.P. Vyas sir, and all you esteemed faculty speakers. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of our college and on my own behalf, I warmly and respectfully thanks Dr. Hota sir for a wonderful lecture. Thanks, sir, for providing time for us from your very busy schedule. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dwivedi, very much.
Thank you. I am really privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming our next resource person, Mr. Rahul Singh. Currently, he is a senior middleware consultant at Oracle Financial Services Software Limited, Melbourne, Australia. Having over 12 years of experience in Java, Java Enterprise Edition, Java Node.js, development of digital banking, core banking, and telecommunications platforms, sound knowledge of Oracle Fusion middleware integration tech stack, such as SOA and OSB. Join me in welcoming Mr. Rahul Singh sir's lecture.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rahul Singh, and today I'm going to present the application programming interface. The agenda for the application programming interface, we usually call it API also, will be the introduction about the APIs. We'll also know what are the different type of APIs. We'll also go through the different protocols that are being used for the implementation of APIs. And then last but not least, we'll go for the API documentation. So as part of introduction, as I already told you that API stands for Application Programming Interface. As the name itself suggests that it is some sort of application written in some programming language and which works as an interface between different systems. So as the definition itself says, it is a set of definition and protocols for building and integrating application software. So as this particular diagram says that a user working on a browser, his browser is running on some web application, and he is making some request on the internet and getting the response. But what is the happening between the sending a request and getting the response? And here comes the picture of API. The API comes and play here. What API does? API does have some set of definition, some set of programming language, some programming coding, and that programming helps us to get a request, use that request to generate a response using the another application server or web server, or making a call to database. And it might be possible that this particular API is making a call to another API to some other third party system and getting the response from there. And then this API will generate a response for this particular user according to its request. So this is how API works in a real time. Now coming to the different types of APIs. So there are three basically different types of APIs: private, partner, and public. So what is private API? Private API is nothing but it is a being built and used inside an organization. So the API was developed, and it is being used inside the organization. So one of the example is the timesheet. As we work in this corporate world, we used to fill our timesheet weekly. Or also, you know that if you want to see your pay slip, then you have to make a connection with some HR process. There is some internal HR system where you have to log in and get your payslip. You want to request a training for some project need or some other needs. So you have to go into the training module of the same HR process and request for a training. And there are many other HR processes that you use. So those HR processes or timesheet processes, they are nothing but a internal private API that is being developed and used behind the inside the organization, behind the walls of organization. The second one is the partner. Here what is happening, that API is developed, is built inside the organization, and organization is using it inside the organization, but it is also allowing its business partner who has already signed an agreement for using that particular API with the organization. So that particular API is developed inside the organization but used inside the organization as well as outside the organization with the business partner who have signed the agreement. One of the example is outsourced services. What are these outsourced services? I will give you one example that you apply for a job and you got selected. Now you got the offer letter, and inside the offer letter, company or organization who has given you the offer letter, they might have written that we'll do a background verification check. Now, background verification check for that candidate will be taken by some third party organization. The company who is offering you a job is not doing that directly. They will do it via a third party organization. And it is not like that HR person from the company who is offering you job will make a call or will send a letter or will go to the some people, some third party application and tell them that go and do the background check. No, they will have some API in built system. They will raise a request, put all your details whatever you have provided as part of your recruitment process. They will fill all those details and send that request. The API will send that request to that third party system, and that third party system is also using the same API. They will receive that request and they will do their background verification. Whatever they have to do, they will complete their part, and whatever they will find, they will put all those details, the response, they will put in the same system, and again that system will return the result to your HR organization. And by that way, the same API system is being used by the organization as well the partner. Now the third one is the public API. Public API is usually that is being developed inside an organization, but that organization decided to donate it, or sometimes you can say to publish it on the public platform like GitHub. They publish it on the platform, and anybody can use it, or anybody can take it and create the update and create their own version of the same API. So one of the example is Java API. That, as we know, that Java was developed by Sun Microsystems, and Sun Microsystem had at that point of time, many years back, they have published all their Java code on the internet, and it was available for use by anybody. Then different companies like IBM, Oracle, many companies have come and they take those core APIs developed by Sun Microsystem, and they retain their own Java classes, their own wrappers, and created their own JDK version. So by that way, this is the one of the example. Twitter has their API that is also public. Now coming to the protocols, what are the different protocols being used for the APIs when we do the API implementation? So one of the old model of protocol was the RPC. I'm saying old model because most of the new organization and new developments are not happening with the remote procedure call, but there are still some people are still using. So in the RPC model, they used to have the XML and JSON model. The request goes through in the XML mode, and response also comes in the XML mode or JSON mode. And what they do, they have some XST file written. That XST is a kind of contract between one system and system A and system B, and whatever the request you send on the from the system A to system B, that request will be validated against that XST, and response that you receive from system B again will be validated against the XST. So by that way, you do the request and response using the RPC. That was the one way of the API implementation. The new model came to SOAP, the Service Object Access Protocol. Here also we are using the same XML using the HTTP or SMTP protocols. But one of the major difference was that in the SOAP model, you get the header, you get the body, you get the you can add the security mechanism and all those things on the SOAP. So SOAP, if you are using SOAP, it is much secure than the RPC, and you get a huge amount of data also in the form of request in XML. Now comes the REST. The REST is as you know that in case of SOAP there was some issue that many times you are getting huge data, and even though you are writing a service for the CRUD operation, you have to write a lot of code, and even for one simple get or fetch. So in case of REST, what happens that the data that you are trying to fetch or trying to upload or trying to send is treated as a resource. So every resource will have a different unique URL, and that you will connect with that URL using some unique way of method. So there are different methods like get, put, post, delete, and there are some other also. So if you want to fetch some data, you will use the get method. If you want to upload some data, you will use the post method, and if you want to do some update, so you'll do the put, and for delete it's quite simple. So here there, as in case of SOAP, XML was the only format you can use, but in case of REST there are many format like HTML, YAML, XML, JSON, the simple text format, all those format you can use. Now comes to the GraphQL. This is the latest technology or protocol, you can say, it came in the API world. So GraphQL is nothing but it is a query language for APIs. So how it happens that in case, if you remember, in case of REST also, you make a call. Suppose you are trying to fetch some data, you make a get call, you get entire data, entire object from REST API. But if you are using the GraphQL, it allows the client to get the exact data that you wanted to use in your system. For example, you are making a call to get a employee detail, And in case of REST, it will give the huge data of employee. Every data of that employee it will return. But in case of GraphQL, what you can do it, you just want employee name and his or her date of birth. So you can decide in your request itself that I want only employee name and employee date of birth, nothing else. So by that way, this GraphQL give the feasibility of using the APIs, and by that way, there is a very less data transmitting over the network. So it give you quite less burden on the network also. Now the last part is API documentation. As you know that in older system we used to write code, we used to put some Java documentation or some sort of comment just above all our method or in starting of our class, and a new developer comes and he has to read those data. Many times people does not put proper comment why that particular logic is written, why that particular class is written, why that method is written. So for getting all those information for a new developer is a huge task. He has to understand, he has to debug the system, then only, and it takes months, sometimes years to understand the system, and then only he will be able to write a perfect code. So here that is the main reason why this API documentation came. So as per the definition, the API documentation is nothing but a reference manual with all needed information about API, its functions, its classes, the return type, the argument, the exception, the error code, whatever it does, everything whatever API does comes in the this reference manual. So one of the way of doing this specification is Open API, and the tool we use is a Swagger for this purpose. So in the Swagger itself, as this screen you can see in the screen itself, we are showing the which particular method we are protocol we are using, that is the HTTP. We are providing the URL, we are providing the all the put, post, get, all the methodologies that we are going to use with this particular API, and what are the different methods. So for one particular URL you have the get method, you for the same URL you have the post method, and the same URL you have the get method. So that is how the API documentation is done.
Thank you, Rahul ji. Now, on behalf of our college and on my own behalf, and respectfully welcome the next resource person, Dr. Jyoti Pillai ma'am. Pillai ma'am is a professor at Bhilai Institute of Technology, BIT Durg. Research area mainly focuses on data mining, software engineering, and big data. Has organized many national level conferences. He is guiding 3 PhD scholars as at Chhattisgarh State Swami Vivekanand Technical University, Bhilai. We are eagerly looking for her address.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
ma'am, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
A very good afternoon to all eminent speakers and heartiest congratulations to organizing team members for this international conference. Evolve new ideas, improve the situation, and hope for a better tomorrow. With these words, I am going to deliver my presentation entitled Hybrid Data Mining for Better Tomorrow. Large amounts of data have been collected in the course of day-to-day operations and transactions in business, administration, banking, environmental protection, social and health services, security, and also in politics. Data mining has been widely used as an important process to improve the quality of services in these sectors. Intelligence in commercial activity business with an intention to gain status in market and earn maximum profits. To ensure profit, intelligence is used to perceive and analyze information. Hence, as the information grows, the enterprise becomes richer, and to stay competitive, enterprises have to deliver better quality products and services. The objective of data mining is to allow users to examine huge amount of information and help in finding business intelligence gems from data warehouses. As data mining includes tasks known as knowledge extraction, data archaeology, data exploration, data pattern processing, data dredging, and information harvesting, data mining offers organizations an indispensable decision-enhancing environment to exploit new opportunities by transforming data into strategic weapons. The last decade has experienced a revolution in the information availability and exchange via the internet. Growing great amount of data collected and stored in large and many data repositories has far exceeded our human ability for understanding without powerful tools. As a result, data collected in large data repositories became data tombs, that is, data archives that are seldom visited. The aim of data mining is to uncover hidden patterns and information elicitation from huge repository of raw data and torture the data until it confuses the right information. Florina, former executive president and chair of Hewlett-Packard Company, said the goal is to turn the data into information and information into insight. So the data mining tools perform data analysis and may uncover important data patterns, contributing greatly to business strategies, scientific and medical research. Data mining turns data tombs into golden nuggets of knowledge. Data mining is a club of techniques for performing analysis of raw data. Data mining tasks can be classified into two basic techniques. Category of techniques, that is predictive mining techniques, which are used to classify objects or to predict future values of other variables. Techniques which are used to find human interpretable patterns that describe the data in the form of clusters, item sets, association rules, and sequential patterns. And for performing such complicated tasks, the computational algorithms are applied on the data to refine them, computationally analyze them, and provide meaningful patterns from the data. Utilization of more than one mining techniques can show more and better results. Came into the picture hybrid data mining. Recently, hybrid data mining approaches have by combining two or more data mining techniques in order to use the strength of different classifiers and increase the performance of basic classifiers. For instance, supervised and unsupervised techniques can be serially integrated. That is, clustering can be used as a pre-processing stage to identify pattern classes for subsequent tasks of supervised prediction or classification. Finally, a classification model can be created for the desired clusters. Supervised and unsupervised algorithms can either be used to improve the performance of the supervised classifier, used to incorporate large amount of unlabeled data in the supervised learning process. Both methods can be performed either simultaneously, which is usually referred as internal, or independently, which is referred as external. There are various applications of hybrid data mining in business environment. Hybrid data mining is suitable for customer classification, finding profitable transactions, and highly demandable products based upon customers' purchasing behavior and item utilities in different time periods. In medical field also, the hybrid data mining algorithms can be used in computerized decision-making tool for assisting physicians in the diagnosis of various diseases. And the symptoms can be assigned utilities to accuracy as compared to the traditional algorithms. In text mining using HTM systems, the prediction accuracy of the automated question answering systems could be enhanced. Hybrid data mining systems can be used in banking sector, weather forecasting, traffic analysis to increase the accuracy of the classifiers, and so on. Let's go through some case studies where hybrid data mining is used to enhance the performance of the information systems and the algorithms. Think about some of the research papers presented by the researchers in the field of hybrid data mining. A hybrid data mining model to improve customer response modeling, indirect modeling, marketing was presented by Mariam Daneshmandi et al. Direct marketing is concerned with identifying which customers are more likely to respond to specific promotional offers. A response modeling is usually the first type of target modeling that a business develops as its marketing strategy. In response modeling, customers are partitioned into two groups of respondents and non-respondents. But the distribution of their records in marketing data sets is not balanced. So this model integrated supervised and unsupervised learning techniques and presented a novel approach to address class imbalance problem, where first K-means clustering technique was applied for initial clustering of the customers, and then individual clusters obtained from the previous step was classified with the bagging neural network, DNA. The next model was proposed by Hossein Al-Zaid in introducing a hybrid data mining model to evaluate customer loyalty. The main aim of this study was introducing a comprehensive model of bank customers' loyalty evaluation based on the assessment and comparison of different clustering methods' performance. Customers were clustered by means of K-means algorithm, and members of the cluster set were analyzed and labeled. A predictive model was executed based on the demographic variables of customers such as education, marital status, gender, and birth city to predict the class of loyal customers. This two-stage model can be used in banks or any financial institution, similar data to identify the type of future customers. A hybrid approach to evaluate stock returns using data mining techniques was proposed by Shweta Bhattacharya et al. Market is one of the most challenging bugs because of the complex and undefined nature. The prediction of the movement of the stock price, that is, in which way it is going, whether up or down, may produce good benefits to the financial traders. This hybrid model is developed considering the pros and cons of two supervised learning algorithms and support vector algorithm, support vector machine algorithm, SVM. Hybrid supervised learning algorithms were applied on the daily data set to measure the prediction performance, which includes the class values as up, down, as per the today's attribute data set, which is being calculated based on the prices of the stock. The hybrid algorithm is capable of predicting the movement of the market with an accuracy of 97.99% as claimed by the authors, which surely is much better than the results of the existing individual supervised machine learning algorithms. A hybrid medical image classification using association rule mining with decision tree algorithm was proposed by P. Rajendran and M. Madheshwaran. The main focus of image mining in this proposed method is concerned with the classification of the brain tumor in the CT scan brain images. The major steps involved in the system are pre-processing, feature extraction, association rule mining, and hybrid classifier. Proposed here, the frequent patterns from CT scan images were generated by frequent pattern tree, that is FP tree algorithm that mines the association rules. The decision tree method was then used to classify the medical images for diagnosis. The proposed hybrid approach of association rule mining and decision tree algorithm classifies the brain tumor cells in an efficient way to classify the CT scan brain images into normal, benign, malignant for effective medical diagnosis. One of the most common applications of data mining in medicine and healthcare is to predict different types of breast cancer, which has attracted the attention of many scientists. Employing three algorithms, namely naive network, RBF network, and K-means algorithm, clustering algorithm, is presented by Elham Dhamani in breast cancer prediction using hybrid data mining model. In the proposed model, raw data is loaded first and then they are pre-processed. All the data is divided into training set and test data set. Training data set is given to three algorithms in parallel so that three independent predictor models are created. Then the test data set is given to each model. Finally, the results obtained from these three models are combined and the final prediction results are presented to the user. So the flow of the data process is shown in the diagram. The human brain throws good number of challenges to the research community, and this challenge was taken up by V.V. Kiranmay et al. In the research paper, Effective Analysis of Brain Tumor Using Hybrid Data Mining Techniques. Hybrid data mining methods, which in turn consist of clustering, classification, and association techniques, and further analyze the results using some statistical techniques. In the proposed system, K-means clustering method was applied to the pre-processed data, and the resultant data set was taken as input for the decision tree classifier algorithm J48. And the derived data set was subjected to a priori association rules. The authors claim that this sort of hybrid data mining technique helped in showing good results. We have seen that medical disciplines have become increasingly data intensive. Data technology have led to an unprecedented growth in the size and quantity of the collected data. That is the medical reports and the associated images. A hybrid data mining model for diagnosis of patients with clinical suspicion of dementia was proposed by Leonard Barreto-Wilson. A hybrid data mining model involving the mining of text integer data was done in this. A new structure was created from the text mining process, and it was the result of clustering the patient's pathological historical information stored in an unstructured textual attribute. Algorithms were applied to obtain Alzheimer's disease and mild cognitive impairment models. Methods like bagging will improve the accuracy of the generated model. A hybrid data mining model, coronary artery disease cases using non-invasive clinical data was proposed by Lakshmi. Coronary artery disease CAD is caused by arteriocoronary and results in cardiac arrest and heart attack. So researchers were prompted for methods such as missions that could use non-invasive clinical data for the disease diagnosis and assessing its severity. A novel hybrid method for CAD diagnosis, including risk factor identification using correlation-based feature, subset CFS selection with particle swarm optimization PSO search method and k-means clustering algorithms were used. Supervised learning algorithms such as multi-layer, perceptron, MLP, multinomial, logistic regression, fuzzy omnodot, rule induction algorithm, FURIK, and C4.5 are used to model CAD cases. These have been very widely used in medical research for many years and have been known to be very effective. And in order to solve problems related to long waiting time, congestion, and delayed patient care faced by the emergency departments, data mining techniques were developed. A hybrid data mining method for the medical classification of chest pain was proposed by Sung Ho and Seong Han Chu. The model consists of 3 stages. In the first stage, the information of lab tests and diagnoses were collected from electronic medical data, and the associationship, relationship, and rules between the data sets, lab tests were extracted using a priori algorithm. The second stage selects lab tests from generated association rules, which have recorded higher scores on support and confidence and have recorded higher scores on support and confidence and have included lab tests of importance mentioned in the domain knowledge. So in the third stage, a classification tree model and its classification rules were generated, which would classify the chest pain disease using the lab tests which were generated in the second stage and using the domain knowledge of patients, that is the previous diagnosis and medical records. So this model utilized the a priori algorithm and C5.5 algorithm for classification of the chest pain, which will be helping the physicians to make clinical decisions faster and more accurately. Used for prediction of diabetes. On producing a hybrid data combining different data mining algorithm features into one. Basically, 2 mining algorithms, that is random tree and ID tree, were implemented with diabetes data set with 13 attributes and 642 instances. First, the proposed hybrid model combines the features of random forest, tree, and ID tree algorithm and produces the improved accuracy of 99.0521%. Hybrid data model for prediction of disaster using data mining approaches was presented by Arjun Singh and Amit Saxena. The human-initiated disasters are controllable, but the natural events are unpredictable in nature. The aim of this work is to extract the web data and the news information from web resources about the different unpredictable natural disasters. K-means clustering and hidden Markov model based hybrid model is proposed in this study. Clustering algorithm helps to prepare disaster observations, and HMM algorithm is used for tracking and prediction of the disaster events. Data extraction, the data is refined using pre-processing techniques and similar data groups and trained the predictive algorithm. Second patterns are produced are taken as input to approximate the new upcoming natural event prediction. So this model uses different data mining algorithms for predictable natural disasters. Proposed hybrid effective technique for enhancing classification accuracy was proposed by Ibrahim M. et al. Data classification issues in healthcare services results from instability and high dimensionality nature of the gathered medical information. The automatic prediction and detection of various diseases is an imperative and challenging problem in medical applications. For designing effective pre-process stage is introduced here. This approach integrates k-means clustering algorithm, fuzzy rough feature selection, or correlation feature selection for data reduction. The attributes of the reduced cluster data are merged to form a new data set which has to be classified. Okay. That is, the reducts of the clusters are combined to produce the final set of features for classification. To improve the accuracy of classifications. A hybrid approach for data clustering using data mining techniques by Prabha and K. Rajeshwari. In the business world, there exists a lot of information. It is necessary to maintain the information for decision making in business environment. It consists of two kinds of data: online analytical processing and online transactional processing. Types of data, that is OLTP and OLTP. Decision making can be carried out by means of frequent item set mining and clustering using K-means algorithm and knowledge of users in order to improve the business intelligence. So from the diagram, we can see that how the clustering process can be enhanced by using the hybrid method. A hybrid algorithm of traffic accident data mining analysis was proposed by Jianfeng Zi et al. Hybrid approach is at the mixed using the method of associated rules, particle swarm optimization PSO, and information entropy to analyze the degree of importance of traffic accidents. Accident databases provide the basis for a road traffic accident analysis. The data inside usually has a radial, multidimensional, and multi-layered structure. Association rule mining using PSO is put forward, which can be used to analyze the correlation between accident attributes and this algorithm focuses on characteristics of hyperstereo structure of road traffic accident data. In addition to use of accident, causes can be calculated more accurately and in association entropy is defined to help compare the importance between different accident attributes. Mining is based on traffic accident database, yet another powerful tool to quantify data in traffic accident analysis. Useful to experts and traffic administrative agencies to clarify the role different factors play in investigation of traffic. Cross-selling in a mobile telecom market classification model based on hybrid data mining techniques was proposed by Winchell Han et al. As the competition between mobile telecom operators becomes severe, it becomes critical for the operators to diversify their business area. Mobile operators are turning from traditional voice communication to mobile value-added services, which are new services to generate more average revenue user. Critical for mobile telephone to expand their revenues and profits. A customer classification model is proposed which may be used for facilitating cross-selling in the mobile telecom network. In the first step of this hybrid model, classification techniques like logistic regression, artificial neural network, and decision trees are applied to predict the purchase of new products, and each model produces the result of their prediction. In the second step, the model compromises all these probabilities by using genetic algorithm and makes the final decision for the target customer whether he or she should purchase a new product. Personalization using hybrid data mining approaches in e-business applications were presented by Olina Parko-Menko et al. The hybrid data mining approach combined Bayesian classification method with association rule mining to model individual customers' behavior. The personalization approach is to create explicit customer profiles using hybrid data mining approaches based on domain models and customer data implicitly generated from current or previous customers' information and behavior. Bayesian classifier is used for effective customer profiles, and rule-based analysis works is used for both customer and non-customer objectives. Approach to high utility rare item set mining algorithm using temporal concept THURI. CSHURI modified HURI algorithm for customer segmentation and transaction profitability. Algorithm for mining high utility rare item set FHURI. High utility rare item set mining using fuzzy approach FTHURI were proposed by UPPLA and OPVS, and all these algorithms used the hybrid concept for generating high utility rare item sets. Okay. In these algorithms, fuzzy logic, association rule mining, temporal concept, temporal mining, where to produce rare item sets which can be produced in different time periods. Okay, so temporal concept and fuzzy logic were all incorporated in utility mining and association rule mining. So we have seen that tremendous research work is being carried out using hybrid data mining, and this space will go on, which will result good results in the data mining community. Hybrid data mining is getting lots of attention as it enhances the features of classifiers and accuracy of clustering algorithms. Also, the performance of information systems and knowledge management systems increases by the effective usage of hybrid data mining techniques and algorithms, which we have seen in different case studies. Hence, it is proved that from different case studies which we have discussed earlier, that hybrid data mining helps in forming a better tomorrow. Thank you, Mahendra.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your lucid presentation and enlightening us on. Thanks once again, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. Rohit Miri sir, Associate Professor and Head of Department, Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. C.V. Raman University's Institute of Science and Engineering, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Research area and expertise is in data mining and machine learning. He published lot of research papers, reputed journals and conference proceedings. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rohit Miri sir's lecture.
Welcome to all in this first international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. I am Dr. Rohit Miri, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Bilaspur. My topic
Miri sir, we share your video. Miri sir. Deherwal ji, kindly share video of Miri sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Miri sir, Miri sir, no need to share from your side. We will manage from our side, sir.
Learning and MVC model for web-based application.
जी मेरी बड़ी खराब है।
Welcome to all in this first international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. I am Dr. Rohit Miri, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. C.V. Raman University, Glasgow. My topic is machine learning and MVC model for web-based application. I'm going to discuss about machine learning introduction. Machine Welcome to all in this first international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. I am Dr. Rohit Miri, Associate.
Rohit Miri sir, no need to present from your side. We will manage from our side, sir.
Welcome to all in this first international e-conference on emerging trends in computer science. I am Dr. Rohit Miri, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, University, Glasgow. My topic is machine learning and MVC model for web-based application. I'm going to discuss about machine learning introduction, machine learning challenges and solution of machine learning, and MVC model, then conclusion and references. So we all know what is learning. According to the Herbert Simon, learning is any process by which a system improves performance from experience. And the different tasks of learning are classification, web mining, categorization, clustering, problem solving, planning, control, prediction, and some other tasks. So why we need a machine learning? We all know if you do some task manually, it will be very difficult. If some task will be in an automatic way, it's a very easy to get output. Example, if I want to say, yeah, I want to do some task to you, or for example, 100.33 into 201.44 will be difficult for you. There is a decimal, it's a floating point number, and if you do manually, difficult. So same task will be calculated by machine. That is calculator. You will get the exact output. So machine learning will never do mistake, but person can do mistake, and our task will be easy if the task will be automatic and do by machine. So if a person will do some task, then it will take more time, and the task will be complex and it will be expensive. So far, to overcome this problem, we need a machine learning. If you want to do some task automatically, then definitely we need a machine. If human can do same task, then it will take more time, and time is very important nowadays. So machine learning is very important. It will decrease our work of our time very exponentially. It means that we do our task in a very efficient, effective way in a very less period of time. If you want to discover some pattern, some new thing, then machine learning technology is very important. Manually find some pattern or hidden pattern in our data set, then it is very difficult. So many applications machine learning is nowadays are using, and we will get an output with the help of machine learning. So we'll see what are the different applications of machine learning. Machine learning is used in virtual personal assistants. Machine will assist the particular person to do particular task. It will alert the person for their daily routine. The second application of machine learning is image recognition. We will recognize image in very effective way by using the machine learning model. There are many algorithms for that. So it's a very important application of machine learning. Next application of machine learning is email spam filtering. So we can identify which mail is essential, which mail is spam, and we can also detect some pattern of spam filtering. We can detect pattern of our email, which email is spam, and from where we are getting, and which kind of this spam messages. So we can use the machine learning model regarding the same. The next application is video recommendation system. So we all use YouTube for some video we know, and for particular field we search a video, then machine will identify your pattern of video, and next time machine will recommend a particular video to you according to your interest. So this is also a machine learning task. The next application of machine learning is traffic prediction. Suppose we want to go somewhere and our first task is of which route we have to follow. So we can take help from machine learning. For example, you know Google Map, you all know. So we can find the suitable path for our route. So this is also an example of machine learning. And in the field of advertise recommendation, machine learning is also using. So regarding what advertisement is to improve your business, will use the machine learning. The next application machine learning is online fraud detection. So you know that it's a very simple fraud detection. It's increasing. So machine learning identified this fraud detection and it will alert you regarding the fraud detection. So machine learning are also helping us in the field of fraud detection, online fraud detection. So the next application is stock marketing. In the field of stock marketing, machine learning plays a very important role. According to their past history, which company is the best to put our share. So it will identify our pattern. It will identify our company for our business. Which company is a chance to grow? Which companies are now get will provide a maximum benefit. For this, machine learning has been used. It will help us in a stock marketing. Machine learning is also help us in the field of healthcare. Available, it will alert us regarding our health. And the last application machine learning, there are many applications of machine learning, but some of the important machine learning application I'm going to discuss. And the next application machine learning is a language translation. There are so many languages in this world. People are using so many languages. If you want to communicate with abroad or other country and they don't know English or Hindi, so it will be very difficult task. So machine will help us to convert their language to our language and our language to their language. The machine is a mediator between us. So it is a very useful task. If somebody don't know their language, so machine learning is an intermediate for both the person and it will convert their language to understand the okay. Now we'll see the challenges and solution of machine learning. Website, www World Wide Web contains knowledge base that can be used by different applications. So it's a very challenging task that we are how to retrieve data from the web base. So machine learning will help us to extract data from the web base. We all know billions of pages are searched by the user, depending upon their interest or demand. So it's a very difficult task. Every person are searching at same time their topic or their subject. So within a quick period of time, we are getting our output. It's a amazing task, and it is because of machine learning. And there are large database. There are large data, and that is in different format. So mainly the data are unclustered and dynamic content. So in different format, the data available in website, and it's a very difficult task to combine this data and to aggregate this data So machine learning will solve this problem. It will combine all the data in a particular schema and provide to us as an output. Learning on data mining. So with the help of data mining, the machine learning improves their performance. So mainly we can use the data mining in a web-based application, and if you use some advanced algorithm, then for particular task in web-based application, so it's a task of machine learning, and we will get the automatic result. Then we can say that machine learning has been used, and it is helping us to get our output. Web mining. Mainly there are three types of web mining: web content mining, web structure mining, web users mining. In web content mining, we will extract some useful information in the form of text, images, audio, video from the web. So it's a basic search, and we'll get that information from website. Then we call it as it's a web content mining. Okay. The next is web structure mining. Web structure mining is basically deal with the ranking of your page. When we'll perform a search by a Google search, then you can say there will be list of your search topic, which page will be appeared in the first, and ranking will be decided by the web structure mining. So we will study of link structure of web, then we call it as a web structure mining. And in web users mining, it is used or finding interesting pattern in search log from a web. So these are the three types of web mining that has been used for our web-based application. The next interesting topic is intelligent web spider. The intelligent web spider uses some advanced algorithm while searching a particular thing in a search operation. Okay. It can be used, intelligent web spider can be used to create a database for searching. When we search particular thing, it will create a database of our search object, and it is used to perform a basic search operation. We search a particular thing, then the intelligent web spider will provide a output to us. So this is a task of the intelligent web spider in web-based application to get website or whole web. Okay, if you want to get a data from a different pages, different websites, or from the whole web, so we can get a data with the help of this intelligent web spider. The data is coming from the different source, different website, or different web. Then it is called. Then this is possible because of intelligent web spider. Statistical data, then this web spider has been used. If you aggregate some data and we perform some aggregate task, a statistical task, then this intelligent web spider is very useful. So these are the tasks that is used by the web spider. Role of machine learning in web-based application. Machine learning can be used to create a metadata automatically from unstructured data. We all know that in website or web page, the data is dynamic and unstructured. To make it structured and in a single schema, machine learning has been used. That's why we are using a machine learning in a web-based application. Machine learning used to extract the useful information from web. If you want to extract some useful information, then machine learning is very important. machine will provide a correct result or aggregate result from the website. And machine learning also useful in a website to discover a hidden pattern interest of key. So machine learning perform interest of particular users in a web. Particular user, which website they prefer, and their which is a particular topic. And machine learning will also tells the occupation or the interest of person with the help of their search object. Machine learning also used to perform automatic tasks with related application. So we all know machine learning is very useful. You take example of YouTube. Yeah, you will perform so many search, so many video from YouTube according to your interest. It will recommend the video to you. So these are the main tasks and application of machine learning. Now my second topic is model view control. It is a very important topic in a web-based application. So now we are going to know about the model view controller. What is a model view controller? What are the applications of this model view controller architecture and a web-based application? MVC architecture used to provide a flexible and improve the performance of the application by separating into areas. When we create a web-based application or when we create a website, it will separate the particular application into three parts. That is M for model, view for control, view for view, that is presentation layer, and C for controller. So we'll see the task of this particular layer. The model layer consists of business logic and interpreted database. This consists of a Java bean easily. To the client is presented by using the view layer. This consists of JSP or HTML. So what is view? View is a, you can set a graphical user interface where we will see output. Mainly we will create a graphical user interface in web-based application with the help of HTML or JSP for Day-2 architecture. This is for web-based application. So according to that, different technology has been used for application layer to view our content, to view the output, or to interact our interface, graphical user interface. The controller controls the flow of application. The controller controls user interface data, displaying and update the model object state according to the user. So controller controls the all these things. For example, if the model is going to be changed, it will alert the particular changes in the model, and it will also control. It will also control the presentation layer. That is, we can say that view. We can encrypt our data, or we can send our data to particular server. So this task is has been done by controller. For G2 architecture, servlet is a controller. It will manage all the tasks in a web-based application in J2 architecture. Types of MVC model. Basically, there are two types of MVC model. Model 1 or page-centric architecture. Model 2 or server-centric architecture. These are the two models in MVC architecture. So we'll see one by one. This is the example of MVC Model 1 architecture, where we can see that you can see that in there is a browser for request, and JSP is being used for your presentation layer, and also your application logic. If you want to write your application logic, then you have to merge with this JSP, and there is a separate Java bin for your temporary storage of your data. So in model 1, your application logic, the language that is used for web-based application, for example, J2 architecture, if you use a language as a JSP, where you can you have to write your logic, you can provide your programming language, and in same page in MVC model 1, in same page you are going to define your presentation layer, that is view, and your application logic layer. Coding, you can say that coding and presentation both are combined in a single page in a model 1. And Java bin is for your temporary storage of your database. So we can use Java bin. Okay. In application server, JSP and Java bin is present, and this Java bin is integrated with your database to extract the data from the database. So we'll see the next model. The next model is MVC model 2. Here we have separated the this presentation layer into two layers. Controller, that is servlet, we are going to use servlet as a controller, and JSP view. So we have separated before it was in one layer, and we have separated this into a two layer, that is a servlet and JSP, and Java bin is your third layer. So then here we can write our programming in a separate page, and we can write the presentation layer coding, that is view, in a separate page. We can say that for graphical user interface, we are going to use HTML or JSP, where we will provide our input. For presentation layer, JSP and HTML has been used for this architecture. Controller is a pure programming language. Servlet is a pure Java programming language. In a separate page, we have only mentioned the programming, our logic, programming logic in a this controller servlet part. Okay. So here it is easy to identify a error in a particular page. If the error is in a presentation of view, then we can easily achieve. If there is an error in our logic part, programming part, then we will get from a particular layer. Before it was combined, before it was in model 1, it has been combined into one layer. So it is a very difficult. It is a very difficult to identify a error in which layer, whether it is in a presentation layer or our programming code. So it was very difficult in a model 1. So this problem has been removed in MVC model 2 architecture. So problem in MVC model 1, JSP and Java bin. So it is in a separate, we are already discussed the problem of MVC model 1. So in a MVC model 1, we will combine our presentation coding and your programming code in a same place. So it is very difficult to find an error in our web-based application, whether the error is present in a presentation layer or a programming part. So because of both are combined in the same page, it was very difficult task to identify an error in a which part, whether it is present presentation layer or a coding part. So it's a very difficult task. So this problem has been removed in MSc 2 architecture that I has uh, uh, I already discussed this. Why use MEC model to architecture? So we all know it will separate the presentation and our coding part into two separate ways. So it will decrease the code duplication, and there is a centralization control, making the application more easily modifiable. If you want to add or append some more logic in coding part, then we can easily add. If you want to change in our view part, then it will be easily changed, because we have separated both the layer into we have separated the we have separated both the layers. Presentation layer is different from the your coding layer. So there is a servlet as a controller. Servlet control all these things in a very easy way. MVC also helps developer with a different skill set to focus on their core skill and collaborate through clearly defined interface. It means that before in a model 1, the programmer and the web designer both coding is placed in a single page. In a single page, we also have code of web designing, and we have also code of your coding part, application logic. So in a single page, so it will be very difficult. So the programmer and the web designer both coding is present in a single page. So it is very difficult to append code in append a particular logic programming code and your presentation code in a single page, and both are the different person. The web designer is different from the programmer, and they have their specific task. If their specific tasks are single page, so definitely we will get a huge problem. You will suffer many problems. So that's why we are going to use the MVC model 2 architecture. New client types are easy to add by adapting the new client type operates as a MVC view. MVC clearly defines the responsibilities of participating classes, making bugs easier to break down and eliminate. If a bug is present in presentation layer, so we can easily identify that error, and we can easily remove this error from that layer. If it is error is present in coding part, then we can easily identify it, and particular of a programmer can remove this bug. So it's a very easy model, and if we append something, we can easily append because of separation of the presentation layer and the programming code layer. Conclusion: machine learning can be easily applied in a web-based application. We have seen. We can also use this machine learning in web-based application for extracting some hidden pattern or some useful pattern, or extracting some video, audio. If you want to do some intelligent task from web-based application, machine learning has been used. www extract knowledge from the word with a more efficient and effective way. With the help of machine learning, we will get the aggregate data from the different web pages or different websites. So machine learning combine this unstructured cluster into a single schema. MVC model plays an efficient role in web-based machine learning. So if you want to do some machine learning in a web-based application, if you are a web-based in a model view controller 2 model, so it is easily then we can easily apply machine learning technique in this model. So we'll get our result in a very effective, efficient way. Our result will be accurate by using this MVC model and machine learning application. Controller retrieves data more efficiently and effectively. I already told about that. Yeah. These are the reference that I have taken for my. Okay, thank you. If you have any question, you can ask.
Thank you very much, Mary sir. On behalf of our college and on my own behalf, I warmly and respectfully thanks Dr. Miri sir for a wonderful lecture.
I'm thankful to all the organizing member and respected resource person. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I am really privileged to welcome our next resource person, Dr. Bharat Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Kamla Nehru Institute of Technology, Sultanpur, UP. His research interest in feature selection, machine learning, data mining, clustering of extremely high dimensional data sets, classification of high dimensional data, and respective fields. Join me in welcoming Dr. Bharat Singh, sir's lecture.
Hello everyone. So my paper is exploration of human data for detection of diabetes through machine learning techniques. So we are the authors, Bharat Singh, Arvind Kumar Tiwari, and Kapil Saxena. So this paper is presented by Bharat Singh. So this is the abstract of my paper. So in this, the remarkable innovation in nanotechnology and clinical science also resulted in a large output of data. Data is generated by this area, and maximum throughput genetic data and diagnostic record created with EHR. So ultimately, huge amount of data, enormous amount of data has been generated, and we need to analyze this data. So toward this purpose, integration of machine learning, data mining, and deep learning approaches in bioscience is nowadays more than ever essential and invaluable in endeavors to transform into valuable information. Diabetes is one of the most widely prevalent disease worldwide as well as in India. As per record, diabetes currently affects more than 62 million Indians, which is more than 7.1% of the adult population. So most of the people that are affected by diabetes comes under the adult category. To the research, total medical cost expanded on the diabetes patient in 2017 were 327 billion from 245 billion in 2002. So we can see the growth from 2012 to 2017. There is a around 30% growth between these periods. So diabetes is described with an excessive insulin production or body cell response to insulin. So in this paper, we develop a new generation model and algorithm that can overcome the primary technical challenges, hindering the robustness of the calibration model, making it incapable of prospective prediction even for a single human. So this project proposal suggests a framework for applying machine learning approaches for diagnosis of diabetes from Raman data. So we have ultimately used Raman data to solve this problem that we have mentioned above. So we have developed a new spectroscopy-based model from machine learning approaches through the analysis of Raman spectroscopic data of diabetes or glucose. So let's see this introduction. So in introduction, we have what are the introduction of the Raman data and what are the introduction of other related. So in this Raman and infrared spectroscopies continue to offer thorough chemical information and are frequently seen in different fields of assessment, such as pharmaceuticals, thermoplastic, toxicology, agricultural, food science. And basically, Raman generates some set of wave. So in that wave, there is some sort of some sequences. So sometimes the sequence makes the spikes. So if there is some high spikes that are representing some irrelevant information, and might be that spikes may be generated because of some anomalies. So we have to observe these Raman shift, how these anomalies are generated. Okay, comes. So in heterogeneous biosystem spectra, like organism where not the not homogeneous things are present, but there are different types of biosystems are present, like proteins, biofluids, and very so. So they are actually very complicated. So and very huge number of molecules are present. So with the help of Raman spectroscopy or infrared spectroscopy, we can generate some sort of data and analyze it. So the discrepancies in distinct pathological circumstances from one study to the next are very complicated and hard to define in spectra. Sometimes you have seen that when you when you are doing some test in some pathology, they are doing the different report, and when you are getting the test in some other pathology lab, then they are doing some different. So with this is the main problem that is generated because of their error in the machines and other thing. But the report generated by Raman spectroscopy will give the accurate result. So therefore, we have interpret and analyze the data to gain relevant information and also for a better insight. So the approaches of analyzing data which deal with about one component at a time are called the univariate model. So with univariate models, we are analyzing single variable data. But the data that is generated by the Raman spectroscopy are not univariate, they are multivariate. So the data that is generated through the spectroscopic measurements not limited to a single variable. There are various more variable attributes involved in the measurements. So there are more than hundreds of parameter attributes are involved in measurements. So we are using the multivariate analysis in designing to use the comprehensive information of the complicated spectra. So it will help to tackle the large data collection. So emerging technologies, early diagnosis of adverse reaction and patient at risk of deterioration with potential for improvement in outcome. So the objective of the motivation for doing this work is that if we are able to get the early diagnosis, okay, or if we are able to get the what are the risks that a particular patient is going to face in near future. So it will help very largely to cure the patient. Okay, so it will benefit if we are able to predict that he is going to be deteriorate in near future. So it will be very easy to cure that patient. So it will increase the efficiency of working practices for the doctors or the expert that have belonged to that field. Because with the help of that report that is generated by some sort of algorithm or methods, and it will help for the expert and doctors to working which sort of cure, which sort of treatment should be given to particular patient. So some of the work that has been already carried out in this field. So the current study discussion ensemble stacking based learning technique for diabetic detection. So in 2003, Pendra from Zurich-based Pendragon Medical invented a totally non-invasive system based on impedance spectroscopy. Patil and all, they have used Pan-Indian diabetes data obtained from UCI machine learning repository. They proposed hybrid prediction model which use simple k-means clustering algorithm and decision tree algorithm that use k-fold cross validation method and got the classification to 3.5%. So this is the classification algorithm, and this is the ensemble method, one of the ensemble method k-fold cross verification. It will use for improve the accuracy of the classifier. So they have used it and get the accuracy of 93.5%. Another author, Paul Fritz in Foley et al. They have given one logistic regression method for the breast cancer and diabetes data, and they have achieved 80.7% accuracy. So Raman produces extremely wealthy information about the sample compared to another molecular spectroscopy. What are the other spectroscopy present that is not very beneficial and compared to the Raman? So they allow for glucose specific identification and discrimination from isomers and backgrounds, which also has skin and blood biomarkers. So the framework that we have used, and our work, that is the Jupyter Notebook, Python, TensorFlow, and Math plot library. So Jupyter Notebook. So Jupyter Notebook, it is a notebook extend the console-based approach to interactive computing in a qualitative new direction, providing a web-based application suitable for capturing the whole computation process. So It's developing, documenting, and executing code as well as communicating the result. So it's combined two component, a web application and a notebook documents. Another one is the Python. We have used the Python 3. So Python was conceived in the late 1980. It is very popularly used programming language in this day, and it will help in the field of AI, machine learning, data science, and in the design of some web pages. It's very popular programming language. We all you guys know. So in this, I have used C Python. So that is an open source inference implementation. Next one is the TensorFlow. So TensorFlow was developed by the Google Brain team for internal Google use. It was released under the Apache license 2.0 and in 2015. And RankBrain now handles a substantial number of search query. That is one of the application in TensorFlow. Next one is the Matplotlib. So Matplotlib is a standard library for plotting the graph that we have used in Python. So Matplotlib is a multi-platform data visualization library built on NumPy and SciPy. It will help to plot the graph and like bar chart, scatter, histogram. It can be more conveniently can be drawn using the matplot library. So next we are coming to our data set that we have used. We have used this data set. This data set is having 15 attributes. So age, gender, plasma glucose fasting, plasma glucose post, prandial, pregnancy, blood glucose level, blood pressure. So these are the attributes, and this is the description of that attributes. So model description. In model description, we have used three classifiers. In model description, we have used three classifiers, but before that, we have performed some pre-processing. In pre-processing, we have done data cleaning, then analyze the data, then split the data in testing and training part. So in data cleaning, that is a process of preparing data for analysis by removing or modifying data that is incorrect, incomplete, irrelevant, and duplicate. If a duplicate data is present, that we have removed it, or if sometimes they are improperly formatted. So actually these data are usually not necessary, they are not helpful, and when it comes to analyze data, because it may hinder the process or provide inaccurate result. When incomplete or inaccurate data are present, so it will decrease the performance of the model. So that's why we are removing such kind of data. In analysis of data, data is processed, organized, and cleaned. After data cleaning, it would be ready for analysis. So it is available to interpret or derive some conclusion based on the requirement. And these models that are descriptive of the data are helpful in simplifying analysis and communicating result. Okay. So in this, we are plotting bar graph, pair plot, scatter graph, box plot to analyze the behavior of the data. So, and next one is the data splitting. Data splitting is actually, if you want to build the model, so it requires some part of data. So we split the data in two parts, training part and testing part. So for using the training data, we prepare our model, we learn the model, and then for behavior of model, we use the testing data. The model generated are to predict the result unknown, which is named as the test set. Okay. So next one is the model generation. In model generation, we have used three types of actually this is model generation, not preparation. Sorry for that. So this is model generation. So we have used three classifier to generate the model: decision tree, support vector machine, and k-nearest neighbor. So decision tree, it is unsupervised learning method, which is used for solving classification problem. And in decision tree, we are design the one of the tree-like structure using the information gain, entropy, and recursively we are calling the same entropy and information gain to split the data. And in this manner, we are designing the decision tree. In support vector machine, it is again supervised learning method, and also discriminative classifier. This method can be used for both regression and classification. So in the support vector machine, we try to draw a hyperplane, and that maximize the margin between the different type of class. So the hyperlink in data that map the object to the boundary specified. So in this way, we are classify the one object that is laying other side of the object belong to the one class, and the object that belong to the difference, they are coming to the different class. Next one is the k-nearest neighbor. K-nearest neighbor classifier is the lazy learning classifier. So it classify the new sample based on the similarity measures. So similarity measures may be Euclidean distance, may be Manhattan distance, maybe some other distance parameter. So this is the lazy learner. In this, at the moment when we want to test the class of some object, at that moment we check the distance, calculate the distance from all the training data, and based on that we assign the part of the class of the test data. So in result and discussion, we have analyzed the data that we have discussed in previous slide. So we get the Raman spectroscopy of 4 data: ear lobe, inner arm, thumbnails, and vein. These are some of the attributes that are present in the data. And we have drawn the Raman spectroscopy with there what are the value in present. So here we can see, so some of the green here, some of the green having the spikes sometimes, and all the others having they are don't having much spikes, but green. That means this attribute may play the important role in the detection of the diabetes. In next one, we have plotted the intensity description of this class. What are the class present in the data? So as we can see, in this this is the only for the ear lobe. This is for inner arm. This is corresponding to the thumbnail, and this is corresponding to the vein. So two class of the present, DM2 and control. DM2 and control. That means it is either in control, it is under control, or it is disease. Okay. So as we can see, here the intensity is sometimes is getting. So this is for DM2. So when we are having this, at which Raman shift we are having this spikes, it will cause the abnormal behavior. So we have to take the analyze this one. Okay. So expert can say that if the Raman shift between this, it will be able to have high chance of the disease. So same Raman spectroscopy has been drawn of edge data. Okay, there is one edge call in our data. We corresponding to that. We with respect to what the attribute is present for the edge data. So different for different edge, there is different 6 types of patient can be belong to the DM2. So we have drawn that one. So last one is the conclusion. So in this we can say in this paper, so yearly judgments give the most obvious opportunity to the assessed individual to look for compelling treatment choice. So if the yearly detection is possible, then it will get the good opportunity to for the particular individual in the treatment. So while numerous techniques exist to analyze malignant growth exclusively, there is a solid neglected need to precisely authoritative and with negligible obtrusiveness analyze all diabetic through one widespread techniques. This proposes Raman spectroscopy as an expected answer for this undertaking. So thank you. Thank you very much. So in this we are.
Thank you, Bharat sir, for providing time for us from your very busy schedule. Thank you once again. Now it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce our next resource person, Mr. Resam Lal Pradhan ji, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science, Pandit Sundar Lal Sarma, Open University, Chhattisgarh. Research interest is in data mining, machine learning, intrusion detection, cloud computing, network security, big data, IoT. He is a good researcher. Please join me in welcoming Pradhan sir's lecture.
Hello everyone. Respected guests, organizing team, all dear participants. In the first international conference on emerging trends in computer science, organized by Government VP Singh Dev Girls PG College Jaspur, I am here to give a talk on intrusion detection evaluation datasets, overview and importance. This is Resam Lal Pradhan, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science, Pandit Sundar Lal Sarma, Open University. So let's continue talk. So this is the outline of my talk. We'll cover up some points here, and these are introduction, background and rationale, IDS model, works in the field, data sets, conclusions. So if you talk about the topic, intrusion detection evaluation data sets. So the question is that what is the need of this topic and why we are here to study about or discuss about this topic. With the rapid development and experimental advancement in the field of computer technology and networking services, Security challenges are also increasing and becoming obvious. With the technological advancement in the computer science and web services, a large set of data is being generated, which is comprised of structured as well as unstructured set of data. These data are consisting of different security challenges like privacy, integrity, availability, confidentiality, and many real-time attacks. Thus, intrusions are becoming obvious through these security challenges. Networking and web attacks are becoming sophisticated. Thus, information and network security is a key concern in this era. It is becoming very essential for the individuals, scientific organizations, and business organizations to maintain security of information. Malicious activity and intrusions are increasing in the computer network and web with the technological advancement. If we talk about intrusion detection system, what is intrusion detection system? Nowadays, many organizations and research institutions are dealing with a large amount of structured and unstructured data. Challenges for these organizations and researchers are to detect intrusions or attacks accurately and efficiently. To deal with these data and security challenges, machine learning techniques are playing prime role. Different machine learning techniques, classifications, regressions, clustering are used for detecting and ensuring security measures. Intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems are most important tools for these sophisticated attacks and security challenges. Intrusion detection system is a security mechanism which collects and analyzes information from different areas within a computer or network system to detect possible security violations. Security violations are falls under different events and activities like attempts to compromise the confidentiality, integrity, availability, or to bypass the security mechanisms of a computer or network system. So this is an example of classification, how classification works. For this system, there must be a data set, and that data set passing through pre-processing that remove noises or extra data or the garbage data, whatever existing data sets that's removed in the process of pre-processing. Then it's gone through data mining where we use machine learning techniques like classification over here. And with the help of classification, that data are classified either in the categories of normal and other in the categories of attack. So this is the pictorial representation of IDS system, how it works actually. If we talk about the background and rationale of this topic, intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention systems are most important tools for these sophisticated attacks and security challenges. For the experimental and research purpose, different data sets are available like DARPA 98, KDD99, and SLKDD, ISC 2012, QIDA, and ADFA, etc. These are some kinds of data sets which are used in this field. That are used by researchers for evaluating performance of their proposed intrusion detection and prevention models. Since 1998, many data sets are available. Out of these, many data sets are unreliable to use as they do not cover a variety of attacks. Some data sets suffer from lack of volume and traffic diversity, while some data sets lack feature sets and metadata. Thus, for the effective evaluation of performance of intrusion detection and prevention model, it is desired to have knowledge of sophisticated structure of these data sets, which consist of diverse nature of attacks and feature sets. There are several reasons to acquire and use these IDS, and these are to detect real-time attacks and other security violations. Those are not prevented by other security measures. To prevent security attacks and increasing the perceived risk of discovery, to act as quality control for security design and administration, to document the threat and provide information about intrusions to organizations. And the objective is to present description and importance of different data sets consisting of traditional as well as real-time attacks for intrusion detection, prevention, and evaluation purposes. These are KDD99, NSL KDD, QIDA, ADFA, DEFCON, ISC 12, and CIE, CIDS 17 and 18. This is the IDS model, how IDS actually works. We'll see here. That in intrusion detection system, models are built using training data set which consist of predefined data types. Then models are validated using test data sets. So this is the framework which is designed basically to work on this data set. Here we can see that there is a training data sets. This one is the training data set which gone through pre-processing. And with the help of some feature selection techniques also we can apply over here on the data set. And after feature selection, basically data sets consisting of many types of features, we define that data sets. So when we are going to classify that data set, and we remove some feature sets which are not relevant or which are not necessary for the prediction of that data. So we apply feature selection techniques like IG, GR, TFS, gene-based evaluation algorithm, etc. Once feature selection techniques applied over the data sets, then we use classification techniques like decision trees, neural network, and ensemble classifiers. Once our data is built up with the help of, our model is built up with the help of training data sets, then we apply test data sets. In test data sets, the data which are not classified basically exist in the test data sets. And when we apply to the classification model, we build up with the help of training data sets. Then the test data sets is classified and we measure that performance with the help of accuracy, precision, and performance. So these are some parameters which are used for the performance evaluation. And in this way, we validated the model with the help of test data sets. In IDS system, before training and testing the model with collected data, pre-processing is very important as we see here, which involves normalization, filtering, and removal of noise in the data. Feature selection and extraction from data is significant process for the data analysis purpose. Information gain, gain ratio, CFS, principal components, analysis, etc. methods are used for feature extraction. These are some methods which are used for feature selection. With number of features become large, feature selection used to keep important features and to discard irrelevant features. Classification forecasting can be performed by decision tree methods, statistical methods, artificial neural networks, evolutionary and fuzzy logic based methods, and ensemble methods. Classification is a non-linear process, thus the models that are used should be adaptive and non-linear in nature. To adapt the accurate model, training of the model with trained set of data is very important. Training mechanisms are used to update weights of the model. Optimization techniques like genetic algorithm, PSO are used to develop learning strategy for weight update. Trained intelligent models are then gone through validation stage and tested with the test set of data before use for forecasting. When no training information is available in the data set, then classification can be performed by unsupervised learning. And deep learning methods are getting attention in recent years for this purpose. There are some works in the field recently done by many authors and researchers. If we see here, Asu Bansal have done some works in the field. They uses different techniques like SVM, support vector machine, neural network, and ensemble classifier, and they perform their model testing over NSL KDD data and CICIDS 17 data. And their observation was that DDR, data dimensional reduction techniques, they follow up. And with this technique, they provide better result regard to accuracy and computational time. Mohammad Alwadi had done their work on CICIDS 17 data sets. They use technique of boosting, multi-layer perceptrons, decision tree, naive bias, random forest, and their techniques also results in high accuracy, recall, and precision. Aditya et al. In 16, they have done their work on NSL KDD data sets and they use support vector machine and genetic algorithms, and they achieved an accuracy of 98.30%. So here we can see different authors have done their works on different data sets and different machine learning techniques they are adapted, and they have achieved some results in better performance in the form of accuracy, precision, or recall. Abdul Rahman, they have agar algorithm, genetic algorithms on the NSL KDG data sets, and their classification accuracy improves with significant improvement in terms of memory and CPU time. We have also done some recent works in this field, and my work was based on NSL KDD data sets, and we have used J48, random forest, bagging, stacking, and boosting techniques over the data set and achieved an accuracy of 98.5%. So here we see that many authors and researchers are working in the field and try to achieve more and more accuracy and more precision and recall. More security parameters are updating in the field to train and validate their model to achieve and to for forming a better IDS model. So let's talk about data sets. In the entire process of intrusion detection system, data sets are playing significant role. Hence, it is very important to have an edge on the structure and description of data sets. The KDD Cup 99 data sets. Earliest effort for the IDS dataset was made by Defense Advanced Research Project Agency DARPA in 1990. They created KDD 98 dataset. The dataset was collected by using multiple computers connected to internet to model a small US Air Force base of restricted personnel. Network packets, which were in the form of TCP and host log files, were collected through the model. Network packets were around 4 GB containing about 4,90,000 records. Each records had 41 features and categorized as normal or attack. KDD 98 dataset was used to derive the KDD Cup 99 dataset consisting of 41 features for every record with 37 attack types and 1 normal type. It contains attacks such as denial of services, guest password, buffer, overflow, remote FTP, snap loop, rootkit, etc. These attack files are categorized into following attack types, namely denial of service, probing, root to label, or user to root. These datasets are updated as they do not contain recent malware attacks records. However, KDD Cup 99 datasets remain in use within research community and presently being used by many researchers. NSL KDD datasets. NSL KDD dataset is a public dataset which is derived and extended version of KDD Cup 99 dataset. The main problem in the KDD Cup 99 dataset was the huge amount of duplicate packets. This huge amount of duplicacy was analyzed and removed in NSL KDD dataset. NSL KDD dataset consists of 1,48,517 records, which further divided in the form of training dataset and testing dataset. Training dataset consists of 1,25,973 records and test dataset consists of 22,544 records. Datasets consist of 41 features for every record consists of 21 attack files and 1 normal file. Attack files are categorized into 4 category types of attacks, and these are denial of service, probing, R2R, U2R. So here we can say that duplicacy in KDD Cup 99 dataset was removed in NSL KDD dataset, and the whole datasets are further classified or further grouped in the form of trend and test datasets. Number of records are removed, and 41 features are still exist. Attack files are 21 right now, and there is normal file. DEFCON 8 dataset created in 2000 contained port scanning and buffer overflow attack. Whereas DEFCON 10 created in 2002 contained port scan and sweep bad packets, administrative privilege, and FTP by telnet protocols. This mainly consists of intrusive traffic as opposed to normal background traffic. The dataset is used to evaluate alert correlation technique. Another dataset is CAIDA. Center for Applied Internet Data Analysis organization has 3 different datasets, namely CAIDA 2002, 2007, and 2017. These datasets consist of network traffic traces from distributed denial of service attacks. This type of denial of service attack attempts to interrupt normal traffic of a targeted computer or network by overwhelming a target with a flood of network packets, preventing regular traffic from reaching its legitimate destination computer. One disadvantage of CAIDA dataset is that it does not contain diversity of attacks. In CAIDA dataset, gathered data does not contain features from whole network, thus it is difficult to disseminate or differentiate normal and attack traffic. ISCS 12 dataset. This dataset is based on realistic network traffic which is leveled and contains diverse attack scenarios. This dataset has 2 profiles, the alpha profile, which carried out various multi-strategy attack scenarios, and the beta profile, this is the winning traffic generator and generate reality network traffic with background noise. It includes network traffic for HTTP, SMTP, SSH, IMP, POP3, and FTP protocols with full packet failure. However, it does not represent new network protocol traces like HTTPS. ADFA 2013, this dataset was basically created by Australian Defence Force Academy as a public dataset that represents the structure and methodology of modern attacks. This dataset includes normal training and validating data and 10 attacks per vector. It contains FTP and SSH password brute force, Java-based meter tweeter, add new superuser, Linux meter tweeter payload, and C100 web shell attack. In addition to the lack of attack diversity and variety of attacks in these datasets are not well separated from the normal behavior. CICIDS 17 dataset. This dataset was created by Canadian Institute of Cyber Security. This dataset comprises both winning behavior and also details of new malware attacks which resembles the real-world data. It includes the results of network traffic analysis using CICF flow meter with level flow including the timestamp source and destination IP, source and destination host, protocol, and attack. This is the recent dataset which was developed by the researchers. The dataset includes variety of up-to-date multi-stage real-time attacks such as brute force attacks, FTP, brute force SSL, denial of service, heartbleed, web attack, infiltration, botnet, and DDoS. A variety of modern protocols are included such as HTTPS. Dataset has 692,703 instances. Training dataset is derived over 5 lakh instances, while test dataset from rest of the instance. It has around 80 features for each network flow record and is in CSV format. CICIDS 17 meets 11 datasets criteria which datasets should have. These are complete network configuration, complete traffic, level dataset, complete interaction, complete capture, availability, protocols, attack diversity, anomaly, heterogeneity, feature set, and metadata. So this is the dataset which was developed in recently 17. It consists of variety of attacks, real types of attack, and many of the lacks and limitations which were not exist in previous datasets. That all scenarios comes under CICIDS 17 dataset. CICIDS 18 dataset. This dataset was created through collaborative project between Communications Security Establishment, which is CSE, and Canadian Institute of Cyber Security, CIC. Dataset is generated using notion of profiles in the systematic manner, which contains detailed description of intrusions, protocols, or lower level network attacks. The dataset includes 7 different attack scenarios. These are web attacks, brute force, botnet, heartbleed, denial of service, DDoS, and infiltration of network from inside. The dataset includes the capture, network traffic, and system logs, along with 80 features extracted from the captured traffic using CIC flow meter version. So this dataset is also generated by the Canadian Institute of Cyber Security. So here also 7 different types of attack categories are available, and it is similar kind of dataset like CICIDS 17. So what we observed through this all discussion is that in the potential of detecting novel attacks, anomaly detection has become main focus of many research. However, its adoption to real-world application has been registered due to system complexity of need of testing, evaluation, and tuning prior to implementation. To overcome this resistivity, systematic approaches have been designed and also being proposed by the researchers with the dataset to test, evaluate, and validate intrusion detection system in efficient manner. Different datasets consisting of traditional as well as real-time attacks are described for intrusion detection, prevention, evaluation purpose. Primarily used datasets in the field are KDD Cup 99 and NSL KDD datasets. NSL KDD is the pre-processed and extended version of KDD Cup data. KDD Cup 99 dataset and NSL KDD dataset consisting of 41 features by which these datasets are defined. NSL KDD dataset composed of 22 types of attacks which fall in the category of denial of service, fobbing user to root, R2L, but it lacks the attack categories of recent malwares. CICIDS 17 dataset comprises details of recent malware attacks, such as web attacks, brute force attacks, Heartbleed, infiltration, botnet, DDoS. Kaida dataset contain network traffic events from distributed denial of service attack category. So this study work in the field is also presented which depicts standalone techniques and ensemble techniques are performing well. Still, there is a need of advancement in these matters. NSL-KDD dataset consisting of 41 features, CICIDS 17 dataset consisting of around 80 features with several attacks, which is need to be explored for the identification of real-time attacks with high accuracy. Here we see many datasets do not cover a variety of attacks. Some datasets suffer from lack of volume traffic diversity, while some datasets lack feature sets and methods. Thus, for the effective evaluation of performance of IDS, it is desired to have knowledge of sophisticated structure of these datasets, which consist of diverse nature of attacks and feature sets. Hence, it is very important to have an edge on the structured and description of datasets. And these are some differences which we have taken over here. And thank you very much for.
Thank you, Resam sir, for doing so much for us from your very busy schedule. Thank you once again. Now, I am really privileged to have the pleasant task of our next resource person, Dr. Bhavna Parvat ma'am. Currently, she is associated with Hemchand Yadav Vishwavidyalaya, Durg, Chhattisgarh. She is very active in research. Her research interest is in WSN and data mining. Actually, she is working on all the aspects to create a bridge between these two different fields of computer science. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bhavna ma'am's lecture.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Bhavna Parvat, working as technical assistant in Hemchand Yadav Vishwavidyalaya, Durg. I am going to present a research paper titled as SVM classification technique with two kernel functions for wireless sensor network data for resource optimization. This is the abstract part of our research. Here, we will go through the concept of wireless sensor network data mining. We will go through support vector machine models with two different kernels, linear and radial. We will see after experiment on the real data of Polyhouse that for our dataset, linear kernel is giving better result than the radial kernel. Wireless sensor network, it contains the sensors that are integrated with a physical environment. Sensors are small in size and capable of sensing physical phenomena and processing them. A sensor node equipped with the wireless radio transceiver, actuator, small CPUs, and memory. It may have one or more sensors: sound, temperature, light, humidity, vibration, etc. can be measured by these sensors. Wireless sensor nodes are deployed in a mode of area where physical communication is not possible, like in open, unsupervised hostile environment. It provides the facility to capture information in both outdoor and indoor applications, like in object tracking, military, habitat monitoring, environment monitoring, disaster management, etc. Next one is the concept of data mining, the well-organized discovery of potentially useful, intelligible, previously unknown, and valid patterns in large dataset is known as the data mining. In recent scenario, wireless sensor networks contain thousands of nodes and maybe millions of nodes in the future. For dealing with the huge amount of data generated by these special kinds of wireless sensor networks, One approach is to use data mining techniques. This is the main concept of this paper, wireless sensor network data mining techniques. Data mining techniques that are applied on wireless sensor network can be referred as wireless sensor network data mining technique. Data may be collected or streamed for mining. So the data mining for wireless sensor network may be one of the following approach. First one is the centralized approach and second may be the distributed approach. What is centralized approach? In this approach, the whole data of wireless sensor network are collected at sync node and data mining is applied on these collected data, and it is a traditional data mining approach. The second possibility is of the distributed approach. This is framework that is completely different from the centralized approach of mining. Here, data mining is applied on data streams that are coming online. It accomplishes data mining operations based on the type and the available distributed resources. This is a centralized data mining approach of wireless sensor network data mining. Here we can see there are different data resources, and by getting data from these data sources, we apply data mining tools or the data mining techniques on the collected data at a position like in base station or the sync node. The real-time system and the data set. For getting or for applying data mining, we have deployed the wireless sensor network in a polyhouse. And for this, we use 2 or 3 sensor nodes and a base station. And these sensor nodes senses the data and then it sends the data to the base station. And after getting the information or the overall data at the base station, it applies the data mining techniques on these collected data. The data consists of humidity, temperature measurements, event for temperature, event for humidity with specific node ID. The next important concept for this paper is the resource optimization. As the sensors have many constraints like limited memory, computation power, energy, etc. In distributed data mining approach for wireless sensor network, the main point of concentration is the optimization of these resources. But in this paper, as the concept of the centralized approach of data mining for wireless sensor network is used, where whole data set is collected at a single site and then data mining is applied. The point of concentration here is resource optimization for mining algorithm, and for this execution time is used here. Support vector machine with kernel functions. Support vector machine, it is one of the classification technique that uses different type of kernel functions. And for this work, we have used 2 kernel functions, that is the linear and the radial kernel. The kernel function may transform the data into a higher dimensional space for performing separation. Here we can see the equation for the kernel function, and there are maybe many kernel functions in SVM. For using kernel functions, we need to select the cost parameter and kernel parameters. Usually grid search method in cross validation is used to select the best parameter set. Then the experimentation and the result and discussion. This slide shows that the tuning results of the hyperparameters that are used in different kernel functions, in linear function, in radial function, and for getting the values of different parameters, we have applied the grid search method. And after tuning these parameters, we have got the best parameters for cost and gamma. By using these hyperparameters, we perform the classification task for SVM, support vector machine model, with 2 different kernels, linear and radial. Here we can see the execution time to classified test data set and the misclassification error. We can see here that the SVM model with linear kernel is taking 182 milliseconds, but the radial kernel function with SVM model is taking 190 milliseconds, and the accuracy is also highest for the linear kernel function. And misclassification also we can see here, the misclassification error is less for linear kernel than the radial kernel function. From the above experimental results and table, it can be concluded that after applying centralized data mining approach of wireless sensor network on collected data set of polyhouse, SVM model with linear kernel is performing better than the SVM model with radial kernel for both parameter execution time and misclassification rate. The results attained by the experiment show that the SVM model with linear kernel is more suitable for optimizing CPU cycle as a resource. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna ma'am, for this lecture. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Suren Kumar Patel, sir. Presently, he is an assistant professor, Department of IT, Government NPG College of Science, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. He is very dynamic person. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Suren Kumar Patel sir's lecture.
Hello friends, I Dr. Suren Kumar Patel, Assistant Professor, Department of Information Technology, Government NPG College of Science, Raipur, Chhattisgarh. First of all, I would like to thank Government PG College Jaspur who are organizing first international conference on such a wonderful theme, emerging trends in computer science. Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. O.P. Vyas, Professor and Dean, IIITA, Prayagraj, UP, India, and today's Chief Mentor of the International Conference. Respected Dr. Means, Principal of Government VVSD Girls PG College, Jaspur, and Dr. Anuj Dwivedi, Head of the Department, Computer Science, and convener of the conference. It's my great pleasure to invite me as a speaker to this first international conference on a such wonderful theme. Today, we are going to discuss research paper on role of ICT at the Indian rural school. These are the outlines to which we have to discuss. We know that ICT play important role in education. So before going to discuss ahead, we first know about ICT. ICT means information and communication technology. That is, it is a broader term for information technology, which refers to all communication technologies, for examples like internet, wireless network, cell phones, computer software, middleware, video conferencing, social networking, etc., etc. Now, if we consider rural education, so even after 74 years of independence, some states in India are still struggling to achieve universal enrollment, retention, and quality education. So, as per the 2011 census, 72.2% of the population lives in rural area, about 6,38,000 villages, and the remaining 27.8% lives in more than 5,100 towns and over 380 urban agglomerations. Among all the education techniques, educate in rural area had to change according to the 21st century. So the main aim of this study is to elevate the scope, purpose, and methodology adapted for computer education in rural India. Now, if we talk about role of ICT, so we can say that ICT in education can be defined as diverse set of technological tools and resources used to communicate and to create, disseminate, store and manage the information. So there is no doubt in the near future development will be based on ICT. However, benefits of ICT are not reached expected level in the rural areas. Still the rural population living with minimum level of ICT facilities, especially the poorest of the poor. So, however, the level of improvement in the accessibility of the ICT in rural schools did not reach the expected level. So, if we consider present scenario of the situation, so in present scenario, the condition of the rural education is still very poor. In some villages, there are very few government schools. Children have to travel far away distances to avail these facilities, and most schools in these locations don't provide computer education. So, if we talk about background of the study, so according to the 2011 census of India has 74.4% literacy rate. From the main literacy rate is 82.14% and women 65.46%. And according to census of India 2011, in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Jharkhand, and Gujarat, scheduled tribe constitute 8.6% of the total population, numbering 104.28 million. So this study, we can see that. So there are many ICT projects initiated by central government and NGOs. It means that both central and state government and NGOs are trying to develop ICT facilities to tribal areas. Need and significance of the study. So ICT device like mobile phones and computers have become basic needs for the individuals in urban areas. We are using the internet for our day-to-day life, for example, online banking, online reservation, various sectors we are using online things. So ICT play important role in education. There are a lot of online courses are available, and we can download the books, reference, and study materials through online. For examples, as we are using the EPG Pathshala, Swayam, Neptel, etc., etc. Mobile phone and internet subscriber are increasing rapidly. Day-to-day development of ICT is basic and necessary needs for the individual and as well as for rural areas. So it makes the education easier, means ICT makes education easier, but people who live in rural area are unable to access the ICT because of lack of ICT skill and lack of knowledge about accessing the digital devices. So this causes digital device where information richer become more information richer, and the people who are not able to access ICT get information poorer in their transactions. So this study tries to understand the digital among the tribal people in. Now, what problem faced in rural education in India? So, if we consider about the teachers in the rural schools, mean villages and small towns, so low income, so there is a possibility that teachers give less attention to the children. That is the main reason. Most of the schools don't have proper infrastructure, so they don't get most of the facilities such as computer education, sports education, and extra activities. There are no proper transportation facilities, so since children don't like to travel miles to come the school. So need-based ICT education in rural areas. So ICT related programs in the rural areas should be accessed local condition and priorities needs of rural students. So if we see the assessment of needs should be following the methods of dialogue, survey and discussion with beneficiaries in rural areas. First, they have to understand the real benefits of the program, then only it will sustain in long term and perform effectively in rural areas. This is the incent, the remote instructor that we can see in this image how various students, lots of students are studying by using a single computers and single instructor that have less infrastructure facility, less infrastructure components and less internet connectivity. So how we can see that without tables, desk, etc., these students are how much interested to learn the technology. So create awareness on ICT education, that is the today needs in rural areas. It means that tribal areas. So before providing knowledge through computer related technology, should have to create knowledge on ICT education and its uses to rural school students. The making awareness and motivation are not only to the students, also the instructors of the ICT program in rural school. If we talk about infrastructure facilities, so in infrastructure facilities are one of the most important factors, or we can say that it is a critical factors for the implementation of the ICT program in rural areas. Existing infrastructure in schools need to be improved for the successful and unhindered implementation of ICT. So without proper infrastructure facilities like power, place of the center, connectivity and computer related materials, internet connectivity, etc. So before you start the ICT education, program should make sure all these facilities in rural areas, means tribal areas. So vision of the ICT for education. So ICT for education should more concern about upliftment of rural community. In this connection, the vision is integrated development for education and economic empowerment for rural students. So such vision is important. The integration should be concentrate on rural life condition as well as provide information about urban areas educational development. Need for ICT education in rural schools. So if we talk about its need, really need in rural schools, education facilities are there as well as instructors should be, then they are able to get a facilities of like this. If we talk about its challenges, so government education department has to take the hard decision on establishing at least 20 to 30 computers in each and every school residing in all the rural blocks and panchayat. So infrastructure facilities are one of the major challenges in rural school. ICT program, especially in internet connectivity. But in the initial period, without internet connectivity, also some training and information through computer can be provided with effectively in rural areas. So another major challenge is knowledge of the local resources and its utilization is very important, and its implementation is also a critical parameters in rural schools. Finally, the important aspect is involvement and interest of the teacher, education department, end user of the student community in rural areas. These two things can achieve through continuous motivation and provide better awareness about the importance of the ICT program. So in these presentations, in this speech, overall analysis of this paper is to improve access to basic information in the rural school by improving connectivity in the field of education, governance, social inclusion, and health, access to the internet, and disaster mitigation and control. The main stress is given on development of education level on the basis of ICT in rural community. Important conclusion that will uplift the rural educations to provide employment related education for school students at the standard of 8th to 12th, to provide a forum for to exchange of knowledge and national experiences in promotion of ICT for development in the rural areas through training center, to produce a tested set of resources and training materials on concepts, issues, and approaches to promote and realize the access of ICT for all through rural kiosk machine. Kiosk machine is a very important in rural areas, fast and easy access of updated and latest information. So this was the main conclusion. Some references are there and queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Suren sir. I am so excited to be here today to have the opportunity to introduce senior resource person, Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar sir. Currently, he is working as professor in computer science department at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, Raipur, a NAC A grade state government university. Other important responsibilities at the university include head of the department, dean, faculty of IT, member of standing committee of academic council, chairman of Central Board of Studies of Chhattisgarh, recognized AICT, UGC and NAC expert, His area of specialization is computer network and parallel computing. We have the privilege to work on India's first supercomputer, Param, at NIT Allahabad. On a final note, he is also a great individual, and we are grateful for his presence among us today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Sanjay Kumar, sir. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. My screen is visible. I'm sharing screen. My screen is visible to you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this screen visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A step towards greener tomorrow. So, first of all, I accord my sincere thanks to the organizer giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts and share my views with the distinguished audience. So, I am going to start my presentation, and topic of my presentation is a step towards greener tomorrow. Starting with a poem written by Sant Kabir ji, क्यों री कमलिनी तू क्यों कुमलानी तेरी नाल सरोवर पानी. कहने का मतलब कबीर दास जी ने, हम लोग आज के जमाने में अपने को बहुत एडवांस सोचते हैं, लेकिन कबीर दास जी ने अपने समय में कहा कि कमल तो पानी में खिलता है, तब भी वो मुरझा क्यों रहा है. तो बाद में दुष्यंत कुमार जी ने कविता लिखी थी, हम लोग उसको जवाब के रूप में समझ सकते हैं. अब तो इस तालाब का पानी बदल दो, ये कमल के फूल अब मुरझाने लगे हैं. मतलब कि तालाब का पानी अब जो है प्रदूषित हो चुका है, इसलिए कमल मुरझा रहा है. तो I am starting. Contents will be objective of my presentation: introduction, impact analysis of waste on environment, carbon emission, energy awareness, energy saving, steps taken in computer science department, and conclusion. So I don't know how much I will be able to cover, because this may take two hours at least, but time which was allotted, I think it is a half an hour. So I will try to conclude within half an hour. It is 3 o'clock. Okay. So objective of this presentation is to create awareness about pollution through IT sector and send message to check it. That means we people are creating or IT sector is creating. It is not only the big industries that create pollution. PC, laptop, mobile phones, tablets also create pollution. Therefore, each user owes a responsibility to curb it. Because we think that it is only the big industries uh, which are emitting fumes, black fumes or smokes, they are only the cause of pollution. But it is not like that. Even our laptop, mobile phone, desktop, etc., are also causing significant pollution. So this may be eye-opening session that, and I will try to convince you that how significantly you people and we people are also contributing to the pollution, and therefore we have the responsibility, because we are living in this universe society. So it is our responsibility to curb or check this pollution. It is the responsibility of each and every individual. We cannot throw it on government or any other sector. Unfortunately, low level of awareness exists about e-waste. E-waste is also a major cause of concern nowadays. Uh, I will try to highlight the importance of this topic first. United Nations, United Nations has set up 17 goals for sustainable development. Development should be there, but it should be sustainable. And there are 17 goals to be achieved by 2030. These are the goals set up by United Nations. And these goals are zero poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable clean energy, etc. So only 7 goals I have told here. So quality education is goal 4. And I was listening the lecture just before me that was related with something, this only quality education. Water is goal 6 and clean energy is goal 7. And this topic of today that I have taken up is related with goal 7 of clean energy, of which is set up by United Nations. So there are 11 fundamental duties. We talk about fundamental rights, but fundamental duties, there are 11 fundamental duties which are defined in part 4A of Indian Constitution. So I am skipping this. So I am trying to tell that it is under our fundamental duty, this the way in which we claim our fundamental right. Similarly, there is fundamental duty also. So it is said that human body is made up of 5 elements: Panch Tattva, earth, water, fire, air and space. क्षिति, जल, पावक, गगन, समीरा, पंच तत्व से बना शरीर, रामचरितमानस में लिखा हुआ है. Earth, water, fire, air and space. So out of these 5 elements, air and water are most polluted. Air and water, these are the two things which are most heavily polluted nowadays. And two major reasons for this pollution is waste, and second is carbon emission. And there are 3 types of waste: inorganic, organic, electronic waste. So this table I have taken from CSI magazine: electronic waste, organic waste, inorganic waste. And what is the contribution? So it is said 1 means non-significant, 2 means significant, 3 means severe. 3 means severe. So suppose we are talking about electronic waste, floppies, cables, power supply units, monitors, keyboard, PCs, etc. So effect of, for example, PC on human is 3. 3 means severe. So effect of PC on human being is severe. 3 means severe. Environment also it is severe. On agriculture it is very severe. On air it is 1 like this. This is a table which gives the effect of anything on various things. on human, on environment, on agriculture, air, land, water, etc. What is the effect? And density of effect is divided into three parts: non-significant, significant, and severe. So you can see total cumulative effect of electronic waste on human being is 13. On environment also it is 13. Agriculture also it is 7. Okay. Effect in comparison to this, you can see that effect of organic waste is only 7. That means effect of e-waste is more significant on environment. In short, effect of inorganic waste is 5. That means you can say this table is showing that effect of e-waste, electronic waste, is most severe on environment. And this is also shown in graphical form, that was in tabular form. Effect, impact rating, human, environment, agriculture, etc. So this blue line is showing electronic waste. This effect is most prominent. And organic means red line, maroon line. And this way, effect of electronic waste is most prominent. Most dangerous waste is electronic waste out of other types of waste. So according to the table, effect of electronic waste is most. Electronic waste contains hazardous materials like lead, mercury, calcium, etc. Serious diseases like cancer, and in India alone, around 4 million tons of e-waste is generated each year. Anyway, and in some data is given in next 10 years, this is likely to become 18 times. So only waste is taking that means emitting. And reduce, reuse, and recycle are the three solutions to check this waste. Reduce the use. Reuse, that means to reuse a thing. Your PC monitor, there should be some technology to reuse it and recycle. Then we can avoid these waste to go into the environment. And therefore, more research and development is needed to bring new recycling technologies. If you one good data I had got from somewhere, plantation in India, you can see plantation has also very important role in checking this pollution. So in India, population is like this, and number of trees 35 billion, number of trees per person is 26. So in Brazil, you can see number of trees per person is so much, 1438. In Canada, 8,000, like this. So it is a pathetic figure that only 26 trees per person. 4,000, like that. So anyway, so 6 gases are behind the carbon emission. One is carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, carbon, perfluorocarbon, sulfur, hexafluoride. These are called greenhouse gases. And greenhouse gas emission by IT sector in the world is 3 to 4%. That means IT sector is contributing 3 or 4% of total greenhouse emission in the world, which is likely to grow to 6%. And then in IT sector, PCN monitor is causing 39% pollution, printer is causing 6%, LAN, cable, etc. 7%, mobile phones 9%, etc. I have taken from page 12, CSI Communication 2011, January 11. Is measured in terms of carbon footprint and amount of carbon dioxide in kg or ton amount of carbon dioxide in kilogram released into the atmosphere by an activity or a person or a office or over a period of time, and usually this is called carbon footprint. How much kilo, how many kilo or ton of CO2 is emitted when some marriage reception or party is done, when some conference, big conference workshop is done, maybe activity, maybe organization in college where you are working, or because of any big event or organizing something big, etc., CO2 is emitted into the environment. So carbon footprint is a measure of CO2 emission. Carbon footprint is the total set of greenhouse gas emission by any organization, event, product, or person. And there are two types of carbon footprints: primary and secondary footprint. Direct emission or fossil fuels, and secondary footprint is indirect emission. So anyway, not going into this detail, I would like to clear one very common doubt. You may think that how our mobile phone is causing pollution, because these are very sophisticated, neat and clean type of devices. But still, how they are causing this pollution? So I would like to tell, for example, in Chhattisgarh, electrical power is generated at Korba with NTPC thermal power plant, where coal is burned. And then when coal is burned, CO2 is emitted. And after generation, this power is stepped up through step-up transformer, and through transmission line, it is transmitted and distributed. For example, from Korba, it is coming, electricity is generated, it is stepped up through step-up transformer, it is transmitted from Korba to Raipur. In Raipur, in Godiari, there is a step-down transformer which steps it down, because in order to avoid I square R loss, heat loss, and then it is distributed to your, that means various houses, etc., buildings through feeder and pole mounted transformer we usually see in our colonies. So in house you are charging phone or you are using phone or laptop, etc., but ultimately CO2 is generated here in Korba, because some very small portion of coal is being burnt only in order to produce that much of electricity. And I will try to tell further that this is not very small, this is also very significant. So role of green computing can effectively control pollution level. Green computing can effectively control pollution level. So green computing is the environmentally responsible use of computers and related resources, and such practices include the implementation of energy efficient central processing units, servers and peripherals, as well as reduced resource consumption or proper disposal of electronic waste. You have to properly dispose of electronic waste. You have to make use of the energy efficient CPUs and other devices, and this is taken from page 4 CSI Communication 2011. Energy efficient devices will produce less carbon emission according to previous diagram, which I had, block diagram I had shown. So energy awareness about energy in surrounding is a prerequisite for green computing. That means first you should understand how much energy, electrical energy you are taking, and how much that means carbon laptop, PC, bulb, fan, etc., which you are using, how much energy these are equipments are consuming, and how much CO2 is getting emitted. For example, this is the source from where I have taken Central Authority of India. I have tried to compute it. Computed for my laptop, personal laptop. There is a 10.8 volt battery. You can see your laptop. You can reverse there. 10.8 volt battery is inserted in my laptop. 4090 milliampere hour and 47 watt hour. That means 4.47 kilowatt hour in electrical energy. 1 kilowatt hour. So 0.047 kilowatt hour means 0.047, and this is 0.85 is emission factor taken from central government body CEA, and this is causing 0.03995 kg of CO2 per hour. My laptop is causing 0.03, you can understand 0.04 kg of CO2 per hour. Calculation, small calculation is showing that my small laptop is emitting 0.04 kg of CO2 per hour. So in this way, tube light, fan, mobile phone, for everything we can calculate this. I'm leaving this thing here. So ICT sector consumes around 14% of energy produced in the world, and by 2030 it is expected to grow up to 50%. Total electrical energy which is generated, out of that 14% is consumed at present by ICT sector, which is likely to grow by up to 50%. And this is the reference from where I have taken this data. So energy saving can be done by technology and by practice. Practice saving can be effected through technology and by adopting good practices. So technology, how technology? So by observation, we can say that a 60-watt bulb gives same light as a 40-watt tube light. It is our common day-to-day experience. 60-watt bulb and 40-watt tube both give equal light. And similarly, 15-watt CFL and 8-watt LED also gives the same light. That means LED of 8 watt and bulb of 60 watt are giving same light. You can understand that how bulb is ordinary yellow bulb is taking so much of wattage, and that means it is creating CO2 emission also accordingly in that respect ratio. The use of modern latest technology, we can avoid CO2 emission or minimize it. And this is the data. So I'm leaving this here. A vacuum, coming to computer science, vacuum tube, transistor, IC, LSI, VLSI, PLSI, VLSI, etc., microprocessors, multiprocessors, pipelining, or all the examples of technological development leading to saving of electrical energy. Multiprocessor, pipelining, with the help of these technological devices, we can improve our computer systems and we can reduce the complexity, software, hardware, both, and in this way we can reduce CO2 emission. So I have tried to show here CPU power. According to Murray's law, number of transistors in integrated chips get doubled, approximately doubled in every 2 years. And therefore, more heat is dissipated. If on IC you are embedding more number of transistors, each transistor is consuming some electricity, then of course, and therefore it will emit more energy also. And therefore, and CPU power is composed of 3 power: short circuit power and leakage power. So dynamic power, so let us leave this thing. at present. So how we can preserve energy? So, Ramakant Kulan. Light, fan, TV, computers remain on when we are not using. Then we should turn it off. Remove plug also when not to use for a long period. Even if we are not present, our light, fan, TV, computers, etc. remain on. So we should turn it off. This is about how I told how with the help of technology we can reduce carbon dioxide emission. Now I am telling how adopting good practices we can CO2 emission. So by turning it off, if we are going outside for 3-4 days, then it is better to remove plug also. We should remove plugs also from electrical devices because little power it keeps on taking. If your PC is off, switch is off, but there is wire connected into the plug socket, then even if it is off, very small power it is consuming. And therefore, and this power is called phantom load, and therefore we should remove the plug also when we are thinking that for long number of days, one dedicated are not going to use their PC. Should install solar panels, and we should not use polythene, etc. Imported, etc. from other states. This needs transportation, which causes pollution, and we should use local organic foods. These are all the practices. We should leave margin as low as possible on paper, etc. Eco-friendly PCs have come up. These are the various good practices. If we are not using a computer for more than 1 hour, we are not working on that computer, then also it emits 40 to 80 milligram of CO2 per hour. मेरी क्लास ले लेना आज, अभी क्लास है. When a computer is not on and we are not working on that computer, then also it emits 40 to 80 mg of CO2 per hour. So while surfing a website, around 10 mg of CO2 is emitted every second. When we are surfing the website, then 10 mg of CO2 video and animation are present in website. Then around 300 mg YouTube picture you are mg of CO2 is per second. 300 mg of CO2 in playing reality game has 1000 mg. White screen consumes 74 watt, black screen consumes 59 watt. Very bright screen, that also takes more power and therefore emits more CO2. Tips for saving energy saving. Using a computer for more than 1 hour, then we should, and we are not using the monitor for more than 15 minutes, then we should turn off the monitor, because monitor is the part which takes maximum energy. Then therefore if we are not going to use or more, then we should turn off at least the monitor. Colorful screen savers also increase the consumption of electricity. We should avoid colorful screen savers. If we want to search Google, then we should make use of www.blackle.com. Blackle. Result of this comes through Google only, but it is black, so it consumes less energy. Is same thing which is Google. Only thing that it gives on black background and saves energy. Result of Blackle is same as the result of Google. You can try on your laptop, mobile, this blackle.com. It is same thing as Google, only thing that it gives on white on black background, and in this way it saves energy. It is a common practice. We leave the website open. If the website contains video, graphics, and animation, then bandwidth and electricity both get wasted, and electricity will also increase. By not leaving website open, we can save thousands of kilowatts. If we are leaving some website open, then unnecessary bandwidth is also getting consumed, and therefore it is wasting it in entire world. Thousands of kilowatts are getting wasted in this way only, and we should avoid that. We should avoid unnecessary downloadings. Repeated downloading should be avoided, and by keeping in mind these small things, we can save environment from pollution. Let us leave this here. Difference between sleep, somebody hibernate and hybrid sleep. What is the difference? So in short, I would like to tell, hibernate, that meaning is that if you are going for some other work and your laptop is on, then you should put your laptop in sleep mode, hibernate mode, or hybrid mode. So what is hibernate? Hibernate is a term like kumkara, and sleep is for a small time. When you have to leave your laptop or computer for 3-4 hours, that means, and you want to resume the work, then you can put it in hibernate. Hibernate means long sleep, and the small sleep for a small time you are doing, then sleep is for a small time. In sleep mode, all open files and applications are written in RAM only, and therefore computers take less time in waking up. But in hibernate, all the open files and documents are written in hard disk, not in RAM, and therefore it takes more time. In sleep mode, if we remove the plug, then data will vanish because it is in RAM. But in hibernate, if you remove the plug, data will not vanish because it is on hard disk. And therefore, technology stays on, but only uses a bit of power of RAM. Anyway, hibernate allows your computer to turn off entirely, which means once your computer is in hibernate mode, it uses zero power. If you are putting your computer in hibernate, then it is taking zero power. नया बना लो, लिंक नया बना लो. हाँ, एसीए वाला, हाँ, नया लिंक भी शेयर कर दो, अभी वेट कर रहे होंगे स्टूडेंट्स. So sleep mode is also called standby mode. Of both. So now I will try to tell you some of the steps which I have taken in computer science department. So I have done calculation of CO2 emission in department for 5 years because of electricity quotation, because of printing on both the sides, and nomination of energy monitors I have done. Calculation of CO2 emission in department for 5 years. Meter readings of each month for last 5 years I have collected. Last 5 years meter readings I have collected in this department, and for that engineering section was contacted in this university, and computer science building here is divided in 3 parts. Each part is having its own energy meter. There are 3 meters in this particular building where I am working. So, and therefore 3 meter bills come, and therefore monthly energy consumption for 2009-10 in all 3 parts were calculated. That means from 10 in year 2009-10 to 15 it is collected, and it is tabulated like this. For example, in the year 2009-10, there are 3 meters in April, May, etc. This was the consumption, this was the total consumption, like this. For all years it was calculated. Then emission factor is taken from CEA, central government body, Central Electricity Authority, and then this total CO2 emission was calculated, which is coming like this. So much kg of CO2 is emitted by this department only. You can see this much of kilogram of CO2 was emitted by this department only. And for this, I have taken the CEA data like this. You can also make use of this CO2 based database for the Indian power sector user guide 14. From here I have taken Government of India, Ministry of Power, Central Electricity Authority. This is the agency which is giving us emission factor, which we have to multiply like this. So like this. In India, emission factor for 2009-10 was 0.81. It was 0.79. This is the emission factor given by CEA. Electricity consumption was like this, etc. For every year it was calculated. Then CO2 emission was calculated like this. For 13, 14, etc. CO2 emission. So this is the compilation year wise. In 2009-10, in this computer science building, this much amount of units of electricity was consumed. Emission factor at that time was 0.81, and this much of CO2 was emitted. And in this way, for 5 years, it is calculated. And in this way, it is shown by graph also. And similarly, transportation, because of transportation also CO2 was calculated. All the activities from different modes of transportation lead to the emission of several million tons of gases into the atmosphere. Gases like carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, methane, which I told earlier, contribute. Or source of emission factor for transportation is ICAP. I will tell you further. Transportation. And this way, Air Quality Monitoring Project, Indian Clean Air Program, ICAP. You can see emission factor development for Indian vehicles like this. From here, I have taken data, I have calculated goes for motorcycle, 2-stroke, 4-stroke like this, CO2 emission. This is giving us the emission factor. Two-wheeler, Indian Clean Air Program for two-wheeler like this. I have tried to show the source also from where I have taken. And for the calculation of carbon footprint through transportation, we have collected details of vehicles, kilometer per hour of each student and staff of this department. For each student, we have asked that where he lives, how much is this, how much far is, how type of vehicle he makes use of, and accordingly we have collected. For collecting data, questionnaire was prepared and distributed among the staff members and students for evaluating their fuel consumption by their vehicles, and then we have tabulated it like this. This type of format we have circulated, and I am giving a sample format of my own. Sanjay Kumar, my name, and this format we had created at that time. I was coming like this. My home is 4 km/h. I was coming through Bajaj Discover motorcycle like this. This was the charges of fuel, etc., monthly charges. Like this, from every student and staff, it was collected, and this was a project funded by CG Cost, and this type of questionnaire was as provided by ICAP, and in this way we have tabulated in our department for 5 years for each and every student and staff. And in this way, we have tried to show the total CO2 emission from this we have taken ICAP, and this is the bike, scooty, and total is this much of kg of CO2 was emitted, 9,000. Some were the assumptions. Note that students come around. We have made certain assumptions also. Students are coming for 9 months in a year, because 3 months for classes in each semester, one month for examination, and 15 more days for other works. And similarly, contract teachers also come for around 9 months, etc. Some the vehicles become older, they emit more CO2, but we are ignoring that factor. Is computer science department, and I've circulated this notice on this date and sent a copy to VC registrar also, that in a step, that means a step towards eco-friendliness, we will print on both the sides of a paper, and this I have that made it clear to everybody in the university also. All the project reports, etc., will be printed on both the sides. Even to accreditation team also I have told. And drive to print on both the sides of paper. I have started this thing during the time of British rule. There was a concept of printing on both the sides of paper. Actually, in British time, there was a concept of printing on one side, because paper used to be thin at that time. Used. Even today also in Supreme Court, it is written to print only on one side of paper. There is a writ petition pending in Supreme Court against this practice. So one can take a legal stand also that nowhere is written to print only on one side of paper. Therefore, we will print. Circular has come in my office or in anybody's office that you have to print only on one side. It was the British rule when paper was very thin and typewriters were heavy keystroke. That is why there was a practice for printing only on one side. It was not possible to print on both the sides. Nowadays, with the help of laser printer, which on this JK bond paper, easily we can print on both the sides. Paper is not going to damage. Now with bond papers, laser printer printing one side is absolutely not needed. Nowadays, printers are available which can print automatically on both the sides. In my here also, in my that means room, there is a printer which automatically prints on both the sides. Manually, I have not to insert, and therefore, similarly, energy monitors we used to make in classes. This gives the students a good impression also. That means they think they are they feel something responsibility also, and in this way some energy monitors are appointed, and energy monitor duty of energy monitor is to just switch off the light fans. and in this way we circulate the notice like this, that this is the these students are the energy monitors, and in this way we can low level of conclusion is low level of awareness exists about e-waste. Therefore, government should come up with stricter norms for disposal of e-waste, avoiding wastage of energy and adopting new technologies, as well as decrease the pollution level in air, water, soil. Thus, we can give future generation a better tomorrow. That means, actually, people do not understand much about the importance of e-waste. So, people should understand this first, and government should also impose stricter norms, and we should make energy efficient latest devices which consume less energy, and charity begins at home. We also owe responsibility to check pollution rather than blaming or advising tea. We should exercise green computing practices in our daily life. So thank you very much for patient hearing. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Session is over.
Thank you, sir.
For patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir, for coming and bestowing us with your own presence. Thank you for doing so much for us from your busy schedules. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
I am really privileged to welcome our next speaker, Prasad Tundeji. Presently, he is an assistant professor, UTD Computer Science, Sant Gahira Guru University, Sarguja, Ambikapur, Chhattisgarh. Very dynamic person. Presently, he is doing a PhD under me. Please join me in welcoming Tunde sir's lecture.
जी. Namaste to all of you. Myself, Alexander Prasad Tonde, and I am going to present a paper on IoT-based technology. And I am a research scholar under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Anuj Dwivedi sir, and he's a professor and head in the Department of Computer Science.
Meherwani ji, kindly share. Behrwal ji.
जी. Namaste to all of you. Myself, Alexander Prasad Tonde, and I am going to present a paper on IoT-based technology. And I am a research scholar under the supervision of my guide, Dr. Anuj Dwivedi sir, and he's a professor and head in the Department of Computer Science in Government BBHD Girls College, Jaspur. It is a matter of great pleasure to me that I am going to present a paper in front of you all. And the platform is first international conference, and it is also a matter of immense happiness for our university that one of our college which is affiliated to our university is going to organize an international conference. It is very immense pleasure to all of us, which is present here in this particular international conference. And my title is IoT-based technology. My title is IoT-based framework for developing the life standard of the people living in a smart city. And as you all know, we all are going to stay in the smart cities in various localities of our country, and how IoT, internet-based technology, is going to be useful to us. This is I am going to present in my paper. Next, this is the abstract of my paper. Today, IoT is playing a very important role in our daily life, and due to which so many different types of services are available. And as we all know, in the particular smart cities are generally localized in the urban areas of our state and other states too. And there is a great hope for the development of the smart cities. And today, everybody is going to live in the smart city, and there are so many types of requirements. And my keyword is IoT Domain Manager in this particular paper. IoT Domain Manager, Network Security, Smart City, Cloud Computing, Artificial Intelligence, Smart Gadgets, etc. As we all know, these keywords are very important, playing a role in the particular paper. And domain manager is one topic which is running in the background for the various softwares which is applicable to my paper. And artificial intelligence is another one important topic which is helpful for our topic. And smart gadgets are the various scopes through which we are going to develop our particular life standard of the peoples that are living in these smart cities. So we are going to discuss all these things in this particular paper. Let's start. So this is the overview of IoT. Overview of IoT means how IoT is going to play a particular role. Industrial Internet of Things helps you optimize time and use productivity. So as you all know, so many types of IoT-based technologies are running in our localities nearby to our cities, and so many types of things is going to be happen in the particular smart city. Why? Because artificial intelligence and so many smart gadgets are available to us, which makes our life standard. And this plays a very important role. Why? Because so many different ways to life standard, to life the development of the standard of the people is going to be focused on only on IoT-based technologies, directly or indirectly. Why? Because so many peoples are directly influenced with the help of this IoT-based technologies. Next. So framework of IoT. When we are going to discuss regarding the framework of IoT, how it is being used, this we are going to discuss. This is the particular Internet of Things in industrial environments, which is providing great opportunities for small and medium enterprises. This is the particular area through which we are going to discuss. Connected supply chain, connected enterprise, connected services, component operations, and data as service, process service, so product as service. So as we all know, when any data model is going to be prepared, then definitely it is very useful for the framework. And when we talk regarding Internet of Things and particular products, various types of products which are directly or indirectly influences our life, is going to be accomplished with the help of this particular area. And as data as a service, what does it mean is when any model is being prepared, then the fluency of the data, the flow of the data is going to be happen from one network to another network, with the help of which we are going to give or send various types of messages with our electronic gadgets. And this is due to with the help of this cloud computing. Why? Because various types of technologies are going to be published, and various types of technologies is going to be framework with the help of which are very useful for the development of the life standard of our peoples. And why? Because the life standard is so much peculiar and familiar that we know various types of enterprises are playing their role directly or indirectly to develop the various electronic gadgets. As we all know, there are so many types of escape facilities are there when smart building is going to be prepared in the smart city. And as we know that so many types of devices is going to be prepared. Some different types of data managers are going to be prepared, and with the help of which we are going to send messages to each other. Suppose any thing is going to happen when we are going to our particular job, and our family is staying in the smart city, and if any type of things which is going to happen, so what happened? This network is going to be, this sensor is going to be activated, and with the help of which so many types of messages is going to be sent by the network, either to the police stations, either to the fire brigades, either to the hospitals, or the family members of the particular family. So this electronic gadget is going to play a very important role to our life. Next. In smart city, as we all know, energy is very valuable, and it is what keeps the world going on. And so many different types of things is going to be happen with the help of which various energy is going to be stored. Means the energy is the proper thing through which we are going to use the particular network in the Internet of Things, and so many different types of criteria is going to be published with the help of which we are going to discuss regarding later on inside this paper. Next. Industrial IoT, the Internet of Things in industrial environment has created equal opportunities for small and medium enterprises and large-scale enterprises, and due to which it plays a very important role for the industrialists to develop so many types of technologies which is very useful to the development of the people and the life standard of the people, so that they are going to get some type of opportunities to live the smart living facilities within the particular framework of IoT. Next. Asset tracking, as we all know, mobility drives business. Mobility is very important because so many types of features are going to accomplish with the help of which various possibilities are going to be arranged for the mobility of the devices, mobility of the services. As we all know, enterprises are going to be provided various types of services to us, and with the help of which so many different types of things is going to be happen, and with the help of which so many services is going to be provided by the companies. And as we all know, today we are staying in the developed and in the underdeveloped countries, so various types of facilities is the major requirement of the peoples, and the Internet of Things is going to play a major role for the development of the industries and development of the life standard of the people. That's why I am going to present a topic which is based on IoT based framework. So next. So employee health and safety. Employee health and safety is very important to us. Why? Because people are going to be provide their services, and employees' health and employee services are very important. Why? Because so many types of emerging services is there, and these services provides a major role for the productivity of the goods, productivity of the human resource, and productivity of the outputs, which is the possible aspects of the development of the life standard of the people. That's why I am going to present a paper regarding this topic. Next. So automated metering is the major thing which is framed in my particular paper. Why? Because the major issues which is going to be coming across the world is so many people are living their life in underdeveloped, and with the help of it, so many people are facing problems regarding various types of health issues, regarding various types of private and personal issues. So the various sensors we are going to implement regarding the smart cities, which plays an important role to identify the opportunities, to identify the issues. So the people which is staying in the control room will watch the particular problems and issues, and provide the remedies regarding that. Next. So this is a conclusion. A very major role and so many people are going the types of organizations are providing this regarding this IoT, and we cope up with the regarding this IoT plays an important role to the particular the development or the citizen of the people. The citizens play an important role for any developed or underdeveloped countries. So when we are going to implement major facilities, major resources regarding the development of the framework of IoT, then it is directly influence the life standard of the people, and how the life standard is going to improve is the major aspect, so that we are going to watch the particular things and make some graphs regarding this, and all these things are already presented in my paper. So as you people are going to watch my particular paper or read my paper, then it will be definitely helpful to you also and me also. And thank you for this particular session. And I am especially thankful to Dr. Anuj Dwivedi, sir. This is the me, and under this supervision only I am able to present this particular paper, and I am getting the opportunity to present in front of you of all. And Dr. Anuj Dwivedi, sir, is the key factor of my particular research. Why? Because he is directly and indirectly inspiring me to motivate me, and to present such type of papers in various national and international conferences. And I am very thankful to Dr. Nansji sir and principal of this particular PBSG Girls College, and thankful to him also, because he is giving me the opportunity to write my paper and give me a opportunity to provide in front of you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Panditji. I would like to invite our next and last speaker, Mr. Vikas Ranjanji, to present his task as a scholar entitled IoT Applications. Please join me in welcoming Ranjanji.
Good morning, everyone. I am Vikas Ranjan, Assistant Professor DSP Ranchi, going to present the research paper, The Survey, Internet of Things Application, and co-authored by Abhishek Vishkarma, Assistant Professor, Yogda Satsang Mahavidyalaya Ranchi, Jharkhand. Basically, the content of this paper is concerned with the applications which are always useful in the Internet of Things. In that, the abstract always describes about the equipments that and the technologies that we use in the form of IoT. It always facilitates the machines and objects to communicate and coordinate with each other. So, we understand the application of IoT and review the applications of IoT in the abstract. In the introduction, IoT allows all the existing systems that connect to a network and able to communicate with themselves, with their perform some actions and taken place some actions through the internet. Here, the internet has become the basic need of the people. So they always fulfill their requirements according to their need. And based on their requirements, the popularity always increases and always benefits in the communication to synchronize the data during the exchanging of with each other. Information is sent from local storage to cloud storage, where all objects sent in the collected manner. And based on that, all the network devices come in the view where many companies start using the internet based on their devices and functionalities automatically. So based on the small definitions about the McKinsey, it always describes the Internet of Things, that is sensors and actuators that embedded in a physical objects and linked through the wired and wireless network. The basic elements of the IoT always describes about that identification, sensing, communication, computation, services, and semantics. It always provides many facilities and many elements also related with that. So here it always describes the basic elements that always concern with the IoT. The technologies is the next content of that paper that always describes about the important technologies where we connect every day with the objects like the kitchen appliances, like the cars, home appliances, etc. to the Internet of Things. We use different kind of technologies like cloud, big data, analytics, mobile technologies, and other physical things that can share and collect data with the minimum human intervention. So all these kind of technologies helps to connect with the internet, their users, and using different kind of sensor nodes to the gateway. When it describes about the applications of IoT, there are so many applications that always concern with IoT, like the smart manufacturing, smart energy, smart healthcare, smart agriculture, smart offices, etc. that always apply IoT and make some changes and always utilize some kind of technologies to represent in appropriate manner. Challenges is the next content of this paper that describes about that. So a variety of breaches, attackers, that is the challenges of the IoT. Because of that, IoT always concerned with the internet, and it is open source for everyone. So sensitive data can be exposed through the attackers. So IoT is a combination of heterogeneous devices where they can share their data information. So security is the main issue. We can say the main challenge of the IoT. So concerned with the use for the controlling of other devices. So once the hacker get hold of an account, it can breach data information and come in the contact. The conclusion of this paper is the evolution of IoT that has added the word smart to our life. The objective is to enhance the quality of life by connecting various smart devices, various smart technologies and applications. In this survey, some issues are observed because like that, uninterrupted connectivity required for the effective communication. There is also compatibility and security issues in devices. What is required to be done for the betterment and the progress of IoT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ranjanji. The first day session is coming to its end now. Tomorrow we shall meet at 11 a.m. for the second day session. Now I would like to call Dr. P.K. Singh sir, co-convener of this conference, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of Department of Computer Science of our college, I pay my heartfelt gratitude to speakers for his valuable time for this first international conference college. And we are in great hope that these knowledgeable people will always be torch bearer. Again, thank you very much to all the speakers. Day of conference, we shall meet. Thank you very much.